honestly, I see Sarah J. Maas doing
It's
that.
just so funny to me. While reading, I was just like, wait, this is so stupid and might as well be true. Quack.
Welcome to the Little Duck Book Club with Duck number 1,
Ren, and duck number 2.
Anna, and today we finally conclude our series with the last video on A Court of Wings and Ruin by Sarah J. Maas.
Well, I guess we'll talk about the series afterwards still.
Yes, but like,
the book reviews, the book discussions, these are not reviews, these are unhinged rants, unstructured, mass hallucinations. These are activities.
It's
not
just,
reviews.
she gets the energy back that she put into the books, which is whatever this is. So
yeah, it's like I like putting like a very short one sentence like review in like my Notion reading list where I have like all my books listed. And for this one I was like, okay, yeah, an exemplary specimen of what happens to books when no editor gets to rein in the shiny idea syndrome of the writer. Because like it's not an untouched first draft. Like, I'm sure, like, line editing, like, punctuation, spelling, and all that happened. And some, like, minor, oh, yeah, I mentioned this in a scene later. I should put this in earlier. But otherwise, this is the quality of a first draft from, like, a structural standpoint. We're just doing things. Scene after scene, we are doing things.
It's so interesting because you get these videos whenever we upload them, right? But currently at the same time, Victoria Aveyard, she's like documenting her journey with her newest book, and she's at the point where she's written the first draft. It's 1,000 pages, and she's like, okay. She sent it off, and she's like, okay, either they're gonna tell me like scrap 400 of these pages, or they're gonna say make them into 2 books. And I feel like nobody, like, this is the point that was just missing for Sarah J. Maas. Nobody was like, oh yeah, you know what, we should tone it down.
Yeah.
And that's not happening.
And it's like, nobody was like, hey, it's not that this is a terrible idea, it's just too much for the third book in your fantasy series to start putting this in. Save it for the next stories, save it for the next books you already know you're writing. But no, it's all in here. It's fucking great, man.
It's there's so many things. I don't even know what's happening while reading the book. Yes.
Wait, we want to have an addendum to our Mist and Fury
oh my god
conversation before we get into it too much. I just saw it as a note in my notes because I was like, oh yeah, true, we did not want to forget.
Yeah.
A big thing that, like, in Mist and Fury is actually good, but then in the later books gets ruined, is that after, like, their whole mating bond thing in the cabin in the woods, Fair and Reese talk about that they do not want children yet, and they both agree, and they're like, we're gonna use contraception, so we make sure we don't have a child yet. Which, to me, when I read it, I was like, that's great. I love when people are like,
responsible.
Actually, yeah, it'd be a terrible idea to be pregnant right now, or even to have kids anytime soon. Fair is like 20. She does not, like, she went through some of the most traumatic shit ever. The last thing she needs right now is a baby.
Yeah.
So they have that conversation, but unfortunately, we know that this is not lasting.
It's a great thing for Sarah J. Maas that she got pregnant. I think I would congratulate anybody who was wishing for a child that got pregnant. Yeah. Everything goes well. Unfortunately, she used that experience and poured it into a character who, as you said, explicitly said they do not want a child yet.
And also, who is explicitly on contraception? Like, they state actively that she's going to take something to prevent her from becoming pregnant. So,
I guess his seed was just that potent, you know?
It's he's just the fucking, he's shooting too hard. Like, his little...
you know, he is the most powerful High Lords of them after all, you know.
He's the most exemplary specimen of a male. Ugh.
His swimmers are just...
But I do think especially that part is like a great example, and like one of the most like obvious ones, where you can tell that necessarily the things that happen in later books in the series, divorced from the trilogy, are not things that were planned at all and sometimes contradict. And it's difficult for me because of that to even see the characters as like continuations, like to see them as the same. Like, I have not read it, but everything I've heard about Frost and Starlight and Silver Flames made me feel like, especially like with Rysand and Feyre, these are not the same characters anymore. Yeah, they feel so different that I'm like, we cannot really, right? It's difficult to do like a cohesive character analysis of them, right? So it's difficult, and I understand that, like, especially if you know about the later things, it's easy to like judge the characters even in previous books, but it's like this is not the same guy, right? The same Rysand who is keeping very vital information from Feyre during her pregnancy is not the same guy who was like, hey, if you don't want a kid yet, we should get on contraception. I feel like these are different people, so it's like, you know, we know this happens later, but I don't think we can use that to inform our analysis of what these books are right now. Yeah. Like the trilogy as a whole, right?
I totally agree. I don't remember her name. Was it Peachy Queen Cosplay? Some book influencer got flagged for this like a couple of weeks ago, I think, a couple of weeks ago, because she was like uploading a video and she's like, Rysand's not the same, you know, from the beginning, like towards the current world state. He's not the same character, and the people came at her. It was insane. But I totally agree.
That's just crazy to me, because like in the later world stage he gets worse, so I'm like, do you want him to be worse? Like, does it, like, are you into it that he's like, hey Feyre, you don't need to know this important thing about your pregnancy that could kill you, don't worry about it? Like, is this an important character bit that you're like, no, I need this is part of my dream, man?
I think, and this is just like presumption, but I feel like there's a overlap between the people who enjoy that kind of behavior or like enjoy reading about this, who are also parents, like readers, who are parents, right? And then there's this certain, because I've seen this a couple of times in comment sections of people being like, you're not a parent, you don't know what it's like, you're not a mother, you don't have a child, blah blah, you don't know the kind of emotions Rysand has, and not just under her video that she uploaded, like,
just in general.
Anytime I am like browsing on TikTok and stuff and I see this, there's always at least a couple of people who like behave like that, and I'm like, okay. So I think maybe that's part of it, but
it's just, I mean, in general, Sarah J. Maas has a strong point of view character, like current protagonist is in the right and everyone else is in the wrong kind of writing style. I would say. So it's like, now that Feyre is no longer the protagonist and Rysand is no longer best boy, we need an antagonist in some way, right? So so that's what happens. But that's just something we forgot to talk about in the previous video, I think, when it was appropriate.
I think when we were uploading it or something, you wrote me, you were like, we forgot the pregnancy. I was like, no!
I think almost right after recording, I was looking at my notes and I was like, no!
In the evening, I think, we were not on Discord anymore, and you're writing me, it's like, fuck! We forgot! So this is your little...
4.5 hours and we didn't talk about the thing.
There were so many other things to talk about. But this is your little, or our little addition to the last book. And maybe let's talk where the last book leaves us off, right? Because so much happens in ACOMAF that I was opening ACOWAR and I was like, where are we exactly? I was like, I was like clicking onto the ebooks.
The Spring Court, Anna, where
know,
Farah's like a fox in a chicken coop. Which isn't said many times at all, and it's not repetitive or anything.
So what happened in the previous book was that they tried to get the what did they try to get? The other half of the book? No. They
already have the book. They're trying to neutralize the cauldron.
Yes.
Which is roughly the size of a bathtub.
Just perhaps the size.
Perhaps,
the
yeah.
size of a bathtub.
Important.
And when they arrive there, Jurian swaggers down the stairs. It was like a trap, And then
Swaggity Swoody.
I did write down that he does swagger again in this book. But anyways, then it's like reveal left and right. Tamlin is in it. The queens are in it.
Her sisters are there. They're getting put in the soup. They turn into high fae. We have a surprise mating bond. We've got everything.
And then Feyre decides to act and be like, okay, actually the bond has been broken. I have been freed. Oh my god. Tamlin, save me. And then Tamlin takes Feyre and Lucien back to the spring court.
She's going for that Academy Award for Best Actress.
She's like,
she is
Diamond
so
to
cool.
make space. But yeah, essentially that's the ending. But I was like, so much happened. I don't remember where exactly. I was like, why is she at the spring court? Took some.
I love that you forgot this part somehow. I could not forget, because it's like, obviously she ends up at the spring court again, as if we didn't already start the last book there. It's crazy.
And the thing is the contradiction, right? The spring court at the beginning of the last book, it was like one of my favorite parts of ACOMAF in the end, because of the emotional point and like dissecting
that
how
part was like really, really well put together.
Yeah, and now we're at the spring court again. It's fucking shit.
You say that, but can you honestly argue with me that the later parts of the book are better? Like, that this is not somehow still a highlight?
Like, at least it's entertaining, yeah?
Right.
At least I was sitting there being like, hee. I think most of my favorite kind of like plot points in terms of that I was looking forward to happen while she's at the spring court.
Yeah.
Because it's just really funny.
It is really funny. Like, the drama, honestly, at many points I feel like if this were adapted ever, Farah should turn towards the audience and give us a look like Jim from The Office. Like, right?
Or like the little girl from the meme.
Like in the meme with the child in the burning house behind her. Yeah. That's the energy, honestly.
That's what we would need.
It is funny at points, but it's also stupid.
Oh my god.
It's so much stupider than the previous book. I think the fact that the first 100 pages or something are set in the spring court again makes the comparison so much easier, and it makes it so much more obvious how shit ACOWAR is. Like, this book sucks so bad. It's just...
One of the things I feel like we have to tackle in the first, because if you might have watched our videos a couple of times, you know that we both do dabble in the arts, and we were talking about, Feyre being a painter and like what is her painting style, and last video we were like, what is she painting in that fucking cabin? Is it what kind of style? And this time, we start off with Feyre painting a realistic painting. She's not doing Impressionism anymore. She's not Van Goghing it around, She's like, she writes, paints a beautiful garden, and is described as a pretty lie, bursting with pale pink. And I'm like...
I had to note down for her, like, immediately... first start of her POV, the painting was a lie, and I was like, wow, Farah, you caught the edge from Rysand, because the very first, like, the prologue is from Rysand's perspective, and he's an edgy boy. It's very like God. Emo.
Yeah,
it's like,
I forgot about the prologue.
I wrote the line down because it was so stupid. I wondered if the lullaby of death was not a lovely song, but the droning of flies. And in my head, I was just like, no, the flies are for the people who are not, like, dead. Like, the people who are dead are not hearing those flies anymore, Ryson. That's not what's happening, man.
I mean, you know, for the people who have to witness the death.
Yeah,
the flies
but it's just so
song.
funny. He's like, oh, I thought death was cool and sexy, but no, it's just shit. and it's so funny. It's just like, man.
I forgot the prologue. The prologue is so purple prosy.
It is. But also, while I was reading it, I made a note on my phone that said, if we get a Rysand prequel, we need to call it ACOTAR Civil War.
Okay.
Because, like, you know, it's the fairy civil war over slavery, like
but,
you know?
like, pop culture-wise, who is he? Is he Captain America? Is he Iron Man?
No, I was thinking about the real Civil War over slavery, you know, that happened in the United States. You know, that event that happened in real life.
In my head, I had like... yeah, sure.
We're very serious.
That's how European I am.
You were just like, no, this is how Marvel-pilled you are. You're like, oh, like the comics.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, like the real historical event that was also about slavery. Incredible.
We have that prologue that, in my opinion, didn't do anything.
No,
Like,
I don't know why it was there. Like, frankly, it's like, what? Because it's not even. Like, Rysand's POV bookends the book, because we start with his, but then we randomly have one in the penultimate chapter, but the last chapter is from Farah again. So it's like, what are we doing, man? Why is he here?
it's the
His
same...
POVs
yeah.
never add anything. Like, seeing through his eyes, we learn nothing new. We already knew all of what is, like, yeah, we knew he had a bad time when he went to war because he told Farah about it in the last book. And in the penultimate chapter, it's just him being like, oh, isn't it nice to live in a beautiful city and have a domestic life and my friends are around and nobody died and I'm in the kitchen. Like, nothing's happening.
It's like that last scene in like a, you know, like a comedy movie with a male lead where he like leans against the door that leads to the garden with his beer in hand, and like, you know, his friend passes him who just got like the rest of the baguette that was in the oven. He's like, come on, Josh, and then just walks to the rest of... Yeah.
I'm also like, is he not literally holding a beer in that last scene? Isn't he
holding a wine
or
goblet?
Wine?
Yeah.
But I think he's
So I was
holding
like,
a drink too.
okay, you know, make it into a movie, cast him as Adam Sandler, and we're good.
We forgot this. We had to make ACOWAR more bearable. We started creating a beautiful fan cast.
Yeah.
We missed this opportunity. Rysand as Adam Sandler.
We went for Henry Cavill.
It could be done.
It's like, honestly, you know, Adam Sandler, just let him hit the gym again. I don't know what he looks like right now. You know,
give him a spray tan. You know,
give him a spray tan, some fake ears. Let's go.
Let's go.
He loves to cast himself in movies where his love interest is like half his age and a beautiful young woman. So he fits perfectly for these.
He fits perfectly, and
it's like his spirit
his vibes are also perfect. I mean, who does? I expect him to deliver a great like monologue for like Akamath, the like scene where he talks about his past and like that'd be a great. Okay, I think we need to talk about the book and not just
I was looking at like quotes from like the beginning of the book, and it happens in chapter 2, which is why I was reminded of it so hard, that Julian is described being swaggering. Later in the book, but I added it here, he does stroll as well. This man never just walks. Never.
He's been... Listen, he was stuck in an eye for so long. He's got to explore all the walking opportunities he has. He's got to be like, I am making the best of this. We're trying everything.
He's like,
I'm a chill guy.
To look at this slutty little ass. prancing around Prithian, you know. I'm a human, I know, but you're still watching, you know, and he just swaggers away.
Yeah, but I'm also, it is actually really funny that he's still, like, human, because I'm like, what, did the King of Hybern think that, like, what, he didn't deserve an upgrade? Was it just like, nah, man, it's fine? Like, what, was he like, it's fine if he's, like, slower and weaker, like, we only need him to talk to people, so, like, who cares?
I wonder anyways, because, right, like, the people of Hybern have such a disdain for humans, and in theory they should have an even bigger disdain for Jurian, because he's a traitor, which is sometimes worse for these people than, you know, just being a human. So they should like not hold him as high of a regard as they do, right? Let him walk around and be like second in command, basically, which is insane. But he's one of my favorite, no joke, he's one of my favorite characters in the book, just because every single time he gives us a little bit of something.
I thought you were gonna say because he's just not in the book much. So he doesn't have a chance to ruin himself, you know? He's just...
every time he's in a scene, he gives us something, and I'm like, thank you,
He is
Jurian.
serving. That is true.
He does, you know, all the time.
He is performing so well. That's true. I do enjoy him. Now that I think about it, I think he might be one of the ones I like the most too. Mostly I'm just like, wow, I hate everyone.
Yeah, no, because
everyone sucks.
I think that was also a part why I liked the first half, like, not half, who are you talking to?
Yeah.
But, like, the first part that much, because it's an interesting cast we have. We have Tamlin, we have Ianthe, we have Lucian, we have Jurian, we have the two incestuous
freak twins. I love that Sarah J. Maas is like, you know what it is about twins? They need to be creepy freaks. That's what we need twins for. It's really funny.
Like, these babies never get a break. Twins, triplets, they always get grouped into these weirdos roles and scenes in media.
The only way you can escape this is if you're actually siblings of different age but still all look the same.
It's honestly, it's the most fun cast, right? Because none of these are Feyre's friends, except for Lucian, maybe. But I feel like most of them they behave the most normal in a way.
Yeah.
There's none of that catty talk or that weird CW behavior. The twins feel like they are there to do their job and, you know, fuck around and find out a little bit. Jurian is there to do his job. Like, they have a goal. They want to see the wall, and they go and do it. Oddly enough, you know.
Most of these people actually manage to kind of act like adults, which is not a high bar, typically. But for a Sarah J. Maas book, it's actually an insanely high bar, because later, at the tense political summit, people start acting like teenagers. Either they're squealing and giggling, or they're calling each other whores and bitches, and then
sticking their
fist
tongue
fighting
out.
About it.
It's
embarrassing.
Truly,
I was cringing in real time. I was like, "That's."
I wrote you. I had bodily reactions. I was like, you know, like uncomfortable in my seat. But to keep it like the beginning of the book, one thing that my favorite part again was Lucian, right?
Yeah.
I feel like his scenes with Feyre are the most like emotionally intelligent. I don't think that's the right word that I want to like describe it for, but it's the most where you, the reader, are like, oh, okay, we're having like a moment here, and this is not just
meaningful.
Yes, meaningful. Thank you. So that's always fun. There was also, where does he say it? It's like, did I write this down? Oh, I think I wrote this down. Oh, where are you, my boy? Where's the quote? It was something along the lines of Lucian being like, again, trying to disappear into nothing, you know? It's just, I'm not there. I'm not here.
He was once again like, I hate domestic disputes. I don't want to be present for this.
I wrote, it's, Lucian seemed inclined to sink into his seat and disappear forever. I'm like, yes. I hated the smugness of Feyre. I hated how high and mighty she was feeling. She insults the food. The food where she's previously like, oh my god, this is the best fucking food ever, you know, and oh my god, it tastes so good, Fae food. She's like, it's so bland compared to the wealth of spices in Velaris. I'm like, well, damn, girl.
This is another moment where it just feels like, Vera, why are you behaving like this? Are we saying that the Night Court is, like, ethnic in, like, you know, quotes? Is it like, oh, they have ethnic cuisine, not like that boring white people food in the spring? What does that mean, Pharaoh?
It's weird because I remember in the second book they eat like, she's surprised at what kind of like simple food they eat. Like I think a piece of meat, green beans, and some potatoes or something, and that it still tastes nice. We just discussed this. What the fact was, how can Velaris be a hidden city if it has abundant trade, enough abundancy to have like a variety of different spices and a market quarter just dedicated to see?
I think it would be funny to imagine that the trade is just happening with like faraway countries on the continent and none of them ever talk to anyone else. Whoever goes to Prithian. It's just like, nah, man. But it's stupid.
It's
also...
Again, it feels like such a dig. Like such a meaningless dig. Like, oh, your food is bland.
Yeah, right. I feel like in some ways there are parts of this that someone could work with. Like, I don't think it's bad for Farah to be extremely pissed at Tamlin and being very biased because of it. But it only works if, like, later on she sits down and has a moment of like, yeah, that was kind of shitty. Why did I say that? That was, you know, I didn't, that's not even true. I was just mad. It's fine if characters are, like, biased and, you know, he's kind of the reason her sisters went in the soup. So, you know,
primordial
of course
soup.
She's angry. I like calling it the soup because it's a cauldron. I just, like, imagine it like one of those big witches' cauldrons and, like, the King of Hybern is just stirring it with a big spoon. It's
just an Erasco Nudeltopf in there, you know.
It's good for you. But yeah, it's like someone could work with this, but Sarah J. Maas has very protagonist-centered morality, which means it's framed as if she's doing the right thing, even though it's like, you're just being a catty ex, which is your right, but it's not, you're not a good person for it. It's a neutral activity to perform, you know? It means nothing.
There was one quote where she, like, says it at the very beginning, and it's, like, to set up the scene a little bit, her life at the Spring Court, where she's like, oh, and also, like, I've been able to fend off Tamlin in the night, you know, because she, like, pretends, basically, that she has, like, trauma related to whatever Rhys did to her, and then she's like, that they believed it so easily, that they thought Rhys would never, ever force someone. I added the insult to a long list of things to repay for, and I'm like, why would they not? Why, of what they know of Rhys, why would they not assume that he would do that to you?
Tamlin trusts you, even if they're like, oh, I didn't know Rhys would do something like that. They'd still be like, oh, you're our friend. Of course we believe you.
That
you
too,
say
right?
They did it. In which case, I'm like, are you mad they believe victims? Farah, what are you doing?
Like, she's like, not all men.
Yeah. She's like, not all men, and especially not that man. Actually, not all men, but hashtag all evil women. Because this is also a thing where, like, Amarantha is a rapist, Ianthe is a rapist, even the creepy twin girl is a rapist.
Yeah.
Her brother, not as much, because he seems to only want to fuck her, and she's into it, but she's also... So
she makes some weird remarks, yeah.
Why is it always the women? What?
It's like evil, sexual, deviant, you know?
I mean, it's in Throne of Glass too, like... Meave is also a rapist.
Yeah, right.
We know this. And I don't even know if it's in Crescent City too. I would not be surprised if it were. Because it's just a Sarah J. Maas classic.
I feel like in Crescent City you have, like, Hunt, right? And he was in love with that one, or, like, not just in love, like, he was in a relationship with that one angel.
Yeah.
Archangel. And her twin sister is the evil person.
Yeah, I remember.
And I think there was some other weird, like she doesn't outright assault him or anything, but there's this weird thing of Hunt seeing her face and like having to struggle with the fact it's the same face of the person he loved and blah 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 and all that. So I think Sarah J. Maas has a thing
such a
for it.
classic. So hashtag not all men, but hashtag most evil women. So it's just fascinating.
But yeah, I want
right at the beginning, I do want to mention that because that's the scene where we, I think, start on where she's painting.
Yes.
She gets mad and breaks her paintbrush. But then she's like, I need to play 7D chess about this. I need to destroy the evidence of a broken paintbrush. And I'm like, Farah, you told your friends you're traumatized. No one would be surprised that you have moments of anger or fear or like irrational emotion in which you accidentally break a paintbrush. It's not weird.
Right.
What are you doing?
It's just to show her powers, you know? It's like
it's so silly. It's like the dumbest.
It is extremely dumb. It is.
It's so silly. It's like one of those moments where it was just like, what are we even doing? This is why this book is 700 pages long.
It is.
It didn't need to be like this.
Also, towards the beginning, it's like the whole situation that's described is, you know, that she keeps on going on these like meaningless outings with Ianthe and such, and that most of the people just accept whatever Feyre is doing because they're like, oh, let's just not bother her, you know, like last time, let's just let her find her pace. And there was one quote when I was reading, I was like, honestly, that's I feel the same. It was something like blah blah blah, and then who was inclined to indulge me, as everyone seemed to be torn between joy and awe, question and concern. And that's basically my motto for the whole book. I'm like, joy, awe, question, concern. I'm like, same, babe. Honestly, I can just sign that. You know, I feel the same.
It's just, that beginning part has so many funny bits. Also in regards to like Raisin and the Illyrians, where she tells Lucian to reassure him that, oh, don't worry, Raisin has more creative ways to hurt my sisters than to have them be raped. And I was just, it's just a moment where you think, Farah, is this a reassuring statement, one? And B, couldn't you have said something along the lines of, hey, he wants me back and he knows I would never come back if he hurt my sisters, so he wouldn't hurt them? Why are you saying, oh, he'd hurt them in a different, worse way? And afterwards she's like, he didn't seem very reassured. And I'm like, yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why.
I think her biggest downfall, which there's no downfall in the Spring Court, right? But her biggest downfall is her fucking smugness. Every single scene is like oozing of Feyre, just like, you know, the camera would pan over, and as you said, there'd be the meme with the little girl and the burning house in the background, you know, like the one eyebrow raised, like, I did that.
Look at me.
And then it leads to some fun scenes, like the whole, solstice or summer solstice?
That part was really fun with the summer solstice.
It's insanely funny, where you're like, oh, how did Feyre manipulate anything? And she's just, oh no, I just put the stone a couple half a meter.
Like, smart move. Also, she was like, hey, Anthe, you should call all these people to also make a bit of a speech so they stand over there with you, and I'm just standing here with my best friend, my guy, Lucian.
My baby boy.
Who gets the cues I'm sending him and who is good at improv. And that's you know, that's what's happening here.
Was one of my favorite scenes, and still is, of the whole book. Because it's just, it feels less, like, it shows just how simple it can be, right? In just maneuvering people around, literally and figuratively. And all the other, I feel like, plot twists she prepares, like political stuff for the rest of the book, they don't measure up because they're all too convoluted. This one is simple and effective.
And first off, they're convoluted, but second off, they don't hit because we don't know anything. We're presented the information of things, how things go, together with the twists, so it's just like, okay, I
Yeah.
didn't know anything, so this is not surprising me in any way, you know.
It's like the BBC Sherlock thing, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I'm surprised, I guess.
Okay, I'm just gonna take you at face value because you're the narrator, so I guess.
Yeah. How should I
But
know?
also, the summer solstice thing is so good because it feels like the moment where an editor would look at this and go, oh, this is good. However, she is framing herself as, you know, the savior, the light, the, you know, curse breaker.
Yeah.
And it makes people want to, you know, serve her, like, be on her side or whatever. Good choice, right? That works. But then anyone with a brain is like, okay, but shouldn't then later in the story, when Tamlin loses control of the Spring Court, all these people go to her because they trust her and she is their savior because she, you know, has manipulated the perception, and also she is on the right side of history here. Like, she is literally the right person to go to. But it never happens. Like, that's the crazy part. She's setting this up as like, oh, I'm gonna make the people in the Spring Court loyal to me, so they will not follow Tamlin, who's allied with Hybern. But then she never calls to them to join her or join, like, the Winter Court or the Summer Court and go to her allies and, like, fight with her. They never come up again because they don't matter.
And the fact is, I totally agree with you. The setup is so nice. You know, the how Lucian describes how Tamlin killed the guards that were on duty when Feyre ran away. How he's just in general just a fucking asshole to everyone around him. How that drove him mad. How he went to Hybern because of that. All of it, plus Feyre's actions. And then it just never, apart from the fact that in the end we're like, oh, the Spring Court doesn't have an army anymore. Ay.
But it's just like, yeah, where did those people go then? Shouldn't they have joined the fight against Hybern, whom they hate?
Did they just run away?
What are these people doing?
Did they die?
Did they go, oh, the wall came down, I am leaving, I am gone?
It's like, it would be even more of an emotional input if it's like, oh, well, you know, Feyre, they all died because that court was so unstable, it crumbled as soon as Hybern knocked, right? So
she
you got to feel
something.
You got to feel great for a couple of weeks, but you've also killed every single person in that kingdom.
Since this is a very feel-good book, I mean, it ends well, no one died. It would be way more of a good payoff to have them, like the Spring Court forces, surprisingly show up at the final battle instead of Grayson and random human armed guards who are supposed to be protecting the people at the compound they built. Why are they... What's happening, man? Why are they here? Why aren't the Spring Court people here instead? Instead of her dad, who nobody gives a shit about.
That's something for in 2 hours. Yeah,
that's true. That's for later. But legitimately, it is crazy that we spend so much time setting this up, and all our payoff is that Tamlin's mad that his court sucks now. Which, fair. I would also be mad, but for how much time we spend on it, the impact on the narrative is way too small. It's like, this should have payoff, but it just doesn't. It just never has.
I feel like also, I mean, this does get addressed later on when Jurian is like, recent, why did you not look into my brain fucking once? You know? That
part was
but
also
I feel
insane.
like that kind of, like, there's so many moments when you think about it in the beginning of the Spring Court. Feyre doesn't like Tamlin, right? For different obvious reasons. At the same time, at no point does she ever consider asking him if there was an ulterior motive to siding with Hybern. Does he plan to, you know, because he's not dumb. He's not a dumb person, right? Instead of asking like, okay, are you trying to... But, you know, not in that way, right?
Yeah,
it's
no,
like,
I know.
And he has Lucian at his side, right? You would assume that he would have his little court jester diplomat, you know, who would...
His boy toy, yeah.
Yeah. The roommate, right? That they would kind of... That she would ask, like, okay, is there... Like, I appreciate the rescue, but are you fucking serious right now? You know? And she only, like, kind of talks about this with Lucian, but he goes, you know, Tamlin has his ways and thoughts, and you know. But at no point does she go to Tamlin and like even use like her emotional instability. It's like, Tamlin, please, I need to know. She doesn't even play that card.
She doesn't even use her cool mind powers to check. Because it's not like she doesn't violate other people's minds often in the book. And then like feels bad for like a second, but then,
she does it again.
It was justified, it's fine, don't worry about it. But she doesn't like Tamlin and she doesn't trust him. Why wouldn't she do that? She makes the effort to protect him from the evil twins, but she doesn't check what his goals are. That's crazy. Like, in the whole thing, it's like, we do make the effort later on to ally with the Autumn Court, with people everyone has personal beef with and hates. But Farah never is like, hey, I have personal beef with Tamlin, but still, an ally is better than, taking up my personal grudge on this. But this is never considered. She's just like, oh, he allied with Hybern, but he's gonna be totally on their side. Even at the end of the second book, it's clear that he's not proud of this, not happy about it. He's not pro working with Hybern. He was just like, well, somebody abducted my fiance and is probably abusing her, so I want to save her, which is, a noble goal. It's not like a bad motivation.
Yeah.
He's not a bad person. He's not like, no, I don't care if like humans die. If he were written as, a person who's like, no, the Spring Court will survive this because we ally with Hybern, and I will protect the humans we come across totally. I'm willing to protect like other people, but I'm not fighting a war. That would be a fine stance to have. That would be like, okay, I understand the motivation. Like, it sucks, obviously, because it's the wrong thing morally, but it's an understandable motivation for a character to have. Who's like, I've lost so much. You have survived so much. I want to, preserve this little piece that we had, and we're just gonna have the Hybern troops coming through the Spring Court, but that's all that's happening. Like, we're gonna keep people safe from them. And that's just where it is, but I don't want to go to war, it's too much. Like, that would make sense, but, like, Tamlin doesn't have motivations. That's, like, a big issue in this book.
Yeah.
At the beginning, it's kind of, at the beginning, it's okay, because Farah's just, like, playing on his insecurities and, like, gaslight gatekeep girl boss bossing him into, like, a breakdown and a violent response, and that's, that works fine. But the moment we get to the High Lord meeting, it's like, what does he actually want? Because there he says he wants to destroy Hybern, but then he goes back and gives Hybern all their plans, and then he's still in their camp after several battles, so he's not sabotaging them. But then he randomly helps Farah escape, and then we never see him again, so it's like, what? No, we see him again, reviving Rysand, which we'll talk about.
And then strutting away.
So it's like, what? He doesn't feel like a character, he's like a plot device, which I also feel like an editor would have pointed out and been like, hey, what is Tamlin's deal? Can you make it a little bit clearer why he does what he does? Just a few sentences that, like, make it more clear, like, where he explains himself or something, or Lucian explains him, something, anything.
He's the main love interest from the first book, you know? Like, if you read these books, they're all out already, right? If you read them, like, front to back in, like, a week, because you've just, like,
you're really in the zone, it's your summer reading material,
and you're like,
right?
Oh my god, you must get emotional whiplash so fucking bad. And I feel like it's not too easy to go from, oh my god, I love this guy, first book, mwah, 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 to then go to the second book, and then in the third book you're like, what? Like 3 days ago I liked him. It feels so weird. I think maybe that's why people are also like, oh, like Tamlin character assassination. We've talked about this a couple of times. Not necessarily because his character was assassinated. It was just his character was kicked off the show,
Yeah,
it's like,
it's not even that his characterization got that much worse, because it's like, no, people can get worse after traumatic events. That's fine. That's the fine thing to write. But the way the narrative treats him, it really is just like, he's just not there. We get more insight into the motivations and, like, plans of Eris a guy who doesn't fucking matter, who's introduced in this book, who we've just heard about from the last book as being, like, responsible for Morrigan's, like, violent assault and rape, as it sounds like.
Her nearly dying, you know?
Right? So, he's just so present, and I can only imagine it is because she was like, oh, I like this guy. I have thought of some backstory for this guy. Because he's also getting he seemed remorseful that Lucian doesn't like him. And he totally tried to save his life, after his brothers tried to kill him. And I can only imagine this is because she thought of, like, ooh, I have some juicy new ideas. And also because he's in the Nesta book, right? He's in Silver Flames.
Yeah, he plays a
so I
big part
assume that's why she brought him in more. But it's like, I don't care. I don't want to know this. He doesn't matter. I'd rather see characters we already know fleshed out. I'd rather, quite frankly, see more of the King of Hybern and understand what his fucking deal is than, like, this guy who I don't give a shit about.
Honestly, slay. We'll get to the King of Hybern later, but my Pookie Bear did nothing wrong.
Your average height king.
Average height king.
So good.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Wait, where was my plot notes? Here. Okay. There's things happening that, again, feel like a normal plot and, like, novel, and the progression is fine. The whole traveling to the wall and, like, the thing with the children of the blessed and everything, that was fine. There's nothing that I would...
I was glad they came back up, that we didn't just forget about these people. I was like, okay, yeah, at least we brought them back. I think that's
seeing
fine.
them again, you know.
I think, honestly, even though the execution isn't great, I do think it's cute that Fair and Lucian were like, we're gonna get the boggy and send it after them.
Yeah,
like, that's cute.
So
that's like right, there are bits where I'm like, I like this. This is cute. I can see this working. It's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
But then there's also stuff like the evil twins are putting Faebane in the food so that Farah's abilities are weaker than usual. And she does mention that, like the way she describes it is just, the stuff she's doing is just not very impressive, so any reader is just like, wow, she got a major downgrade. It doesn't even feel like she feels hindered, really. Yeah. It just feels like, oh, the only time she has a headache is when she's doing too much mind control stuff, or like protecting people from mind control, where it's like, okay, you've never done this before, so of course it's exhausting.
It's fine, yeah.
So the Faebane reveal is not meaningful. It's just like, oh, okay, I guess, maybe. But then later in the book, it still feels like she is so weak, especially compared to Rysand, where it's just like, why is he overshadowing her so much? I don't think it's the Faebane. I think Fair's just weak. I think she just doesn't have a lot of power. I think she just sucks, man.
I mean, if you look at the notes, basically, and, like, the plot, it makes sense. Because, right, she just started training her powers, the previous book. She has... 5, 6, 7 different powers to juggle and handle at the same time. She's trying to learn how to fly. Some of these powers are less instinctual and much more, like, directed, like the mind powers. She needs to, like, really, she can't just go flame, you know. She needs to, like,
yeah, but also just on the amount of power she has. It's like she can blast 3 people and then she's like, oh, I'm exhausted. My well is empty. And Rysand's is pulverizing like 500 people at once and then still going strong, right? Yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about. Comparatively, it feels like she just doesn't have a lot of magic, which is crazy when you think that, like, oh, her body's literally just made from the magic of all chords. Yeah. Shouldn't she be the most powerful? Shouldn't this, like, right?
I feel like we didn't... I think when I originally read this, I was like, oh, this is gonna happen. And this time was like, it's weird that it doesn't happen. But it feels like, yes, even though in my head it logically makes sense, what you just said with reason and stuff. Because he's, like, much older, blah, 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 High Lord, whatever. This is still our main character.
Right.
In our epic romance fantasy.
This is not an in-story critique of... I don't think world building wise it makes sense. I think from an outside perspective, looking at the story, it's like, why is he more powerful than our main character, who should have a cool, like, Avatar state moment, as, you know, where she's using all elements together from all chords to, you know, defend Prithian. Shouldn't that be happening? But no, she doesn't even get the big sacrificial Jesus moment. Rysand gets it. It's not right. It's just not right.
It's especially, I feel like the closest we came to this was when she defended the rainbow. Because, you know, she used some water, she used some ice and stuff like that. But that was in the previous book. This is the finale.
Yeah. I also think it, I mean, I can't prove it, and I have no idea what Sarah J. Maas thinks, but from a reader's perspective, it feels like she's done with Feyre. She had her big development in the second book, that those were the scenes she really wanted to get done, and now it's like, oh, look at how cool Rysand is. Oh, look at these other cool High Lords with their funny personalities. Look at what cool thing Nesta can do. Look at Nesta and Cassian. Look at what their dynamics like. And it's just like, Feyre just doesn't get a lot of important things to do. It feels like she does things all the time, but emotionally impactful, they are not. She's just like a goon in this. She's not the main character.
As much as I disliked Cassian's POVs in Silver Flames, for the simple fact that, in my opinion, they were not necessary to be this long. Because Sarah tries to get in, like, the political intrigue and stuff, but Cassian is not the man to do that. Cassian is not the political intrigue guy. As much as I didn't like those, having different POVs helped Silver Flames in that way. And the fact that we stick with Feyre's POV throughout the whole book makes for some of the most ridiculous scenes where she has, like, Fey visions over, like, 10 kilometers of distance, and she can see things, or she gets, like, she just hijacks Rhysand's vision, so Feyre can describe to us what Rhysand is seeing, and it's just it makes it feel like Feyre is not the main character, but just, like, you know, the tour guide. It's like, off to the next one. And
no, for sure, because especially with the Rysand scene, it's just like, why does Rysand get the cool taunt from the King of Hybern, our main antagonist? Shouldn't it be Feyre, who he's also hunting for, because he can use her to use the book to control the cauldron better? And then, like, we also... Listen, I don't think it's bad that Nesta and Elaine are the ones who kill the King of Hybern. I think that's not a terrible character bit or anything. I like it. But it's fucking weird that Feyre is just watching them through the cauldron and is not present at the scene and helping. Because, frankly, like, there is the scene where Sarah's like, oh, look at the Archeron sisters all curled up together. In the bed, look at this family bonding, which is entirely undeserved. If you wanted this, like, family, oh, we're growing together, we're, you know, overcoming our trauma, we're working together to solve this, they should be the ones to all together kill the king, and also they should be the three people who together fix the cauldron. What is Rysand doing there?
Because it bursts into 3 pieces. I wrote that down. I was like,
right? Oh, like 3 sisters? 3 sisters who, you know, have all been turned into Fae in a, you know, they've all been made, who have 2 of which have taken parts from the cauldron, and 1 who's, like, connected to all of Prithian through her being made from the High Lords. No. Special Boy Rysand's there.
It feels like Sarah J. Maas didn't see the forest due to the trees, you know? It's like, you've got it all here, laid out, beautiful, well, okay-ish. Why did you not?
Sensical. Like, it makes sense. But no, it's not happening. She's just not doing... This is also where I'm like, any editor would have seen this and been like, hey, would this be more logical? And she could have said no to this, but it's clear this didn't happen. This, like, we know that the manuscript was done way too late to undergo any meaningful editing. Like, they were very transparent about it. Like, she was transparent about, oh, no, I had, like, to change some stuff, so it came in late, and that's why I think the book was even delayed a bit because of it. But there wasn't the time for structural edits. So it's not even that we can say, oh, she ignored what her editor said. There wasn't time. They, like,
Yeah.
if a book is going to print, the final manuscript must be done months before it hits the shelves. They can't just hand the manuscript in right before. That's just not how it goes. So this book, like, in
But
other
honestly,
books,
yeah.
I am sure she has ignored her editors, if she even has any. But in this one, she didn't even get the choice to do that. There was no time.
Honestly, it boggles my mind, because especially the finale of this kind of series they should have been able to say you get 6 more months or 2.
They should have been like, dude, if you push it back a year, that's also fine. Because
Yeah.
it was gonna sell anyway. At the time, all her books were selling great, especially because I think right before this came out, the fucking, what is it called? The Kale book came out, which had
Tower
developed...
of Dawn.
Yes, yeah, right. That was planned to be a novella, but then grew into its own, like, 600-page book or whatever.
Yeah.
So, of course she didn't have as much time, and it's like, your fans got a book, it's fine if they wait, they're going to buy it anyway. They might complain, but you can take time. But apparently that didn't happen, which is crazy to me. It's the same with, like, the Crescent City books, where I'm like, I feel like they should have delayed this some more, so it could be better, but okay.
I mean, allegedly, this time we don't really know, but allegedly there was some fuckery around the last book of her basically, like, scrapping the whole actual book and then writing what we got, so... But anyways...
Anyway, crazy...
Yeah.
Crazy that things just don't have a payoff. It's, yeah, no.
We start to transition into another one of my favorite parts of the book, where it was, like, most, like, looking forward to, which is the Feyre and Lucian running away together.
Yeah.
I do now have to say, in hindsight, I really didn't like the overall motivation for Lucian to run away.
No.
Because it's not... wait, I wrote this down. Where is it? She says to Lucian, and that's why you're here, not because it's right and he was always wrong, but just so you can get what you think you are owed. And he is gagged, right?
No, he literally, to her, when they're leaving, he says, I wrote this down, I'm going with you, I'm getting my mate back. And it's like, no! That's not why he should be leaving with her. Bad, right? No.
It's not. He even tells Feyre at some point in the Spring Court, I think it still is. He's like, you're a much better friend to me than I ever was to you. And it's like, you're not making a great point here, Lucian, because you are like, yeah, what you're doing right now is exactly what makes you be a bad friend. I'm not saying that you can want to get your mate, but like, she's your mate, you know? Feyre is your bro. You are the OG best friends that we have witnessed in this book series.
Right, especially also with the scene where, like, Feyre doesn't have an actual nightmare, she just pretends to be a nightmare. But he's like, he drops everything and is like, hey, are you okay? He doesn't, like...
Yeah.
Right? She's there in, like, her skimpy negligee or whatever.
A little baby doll.
He isn't even looking. Like, he's not... He's just concerned.
Respectful.
They're real bros. Like, he cares. I think it's one of the worst writing decisions to make Elaine his mate. Yeah. Because this ruins, like, all his motivation. I honestly think his mate should have been the lesser fairy that got killed. Like, I think that would be the best thing for writing his character, because it gives him pathos, and it also takes away the opportunity to be like, oh no, he's just doing this because fate said this girl's your soulmate who you've never met. And, like, he can care about Elaine because he cares about Feyre, and Feyre cares about her family. But he shouldn't be there and be like, well, I don't know this woman, but I am owed sex with her. Like, that's how the mate thing comes across, because later they're also like, oh, people can ignore the mate bond. Women can do it well, but men get possessive and horny about it. And it's, I don't like this, man. I don't
down
like this.
The guy being less bad for the females, like males are just horn dogs, is like, there's this, I wrote this down in the world building section. There's this, weird thing between we are so modern and like, developed and mature as a society, and like in the Night Court we would never ever let a male force himself onto his female mate. At the same fucking time, as soon as Nesta, again, it's like justifiably so, she steps in between anybody and Elaine, they go, you come between a male and his mate, Nesta Archeron, and you're going to learn about the consequences the hard way. What? I thought we're not doing this. It's so fucking weird.
The thing is, like, Sarah J. Maas can call these books feminist as much as she wants, but especially, like, unedited through this one, there's so much conservative sentiment that runs through this. The conservative Christian idea that women are the gatekeepers of sex and they can control themselves, but men are just too emotional, too needy. They get crazy possessive, and it's the women who need to deal with that. And the text isn't like, at some point it's like, oh, it's bad when they try to own women or whatever. But the text is never like, hey, maybe it shouldn't be on women. Maybe men should learn to control themselves. The text is like, no, it's just nature. This is literally how these people are. Men are just too horny to control, and women are, they're the saintly maidens who can control themselves and have to deal with it. It's so uncomfortable. It's like, no, I think it's bad to be like, hey, men and women are so fundamentally different because I guess the testicles just make you into a raging boner monster all the time. Like, what is this?
It's also such a, like, the fact that I ever stand up for this, but it's also such a disservice just to men. No, you read this and you're like, what the hell? Like, wouldn't you rather have a character who's like, who's crazy for the main character and like absolutely whipped and like goes down onto his knees because he wants to, and not because his balls are so fucking blue that he's like, his hormones are telling him
he can't also, I don't know, but isn't it also more meaningful if he's that fucking crazy about, your main character, and not all men are all like this, but he's like a special case of like, the guy who's extra like committed to making this relationship great for you and wants you, the main character, so like, right? Like, I feel like
that would be more impactful.
Yeah, it would mean more. But, like, this is just, it's so uncomfortable because everyone defends it too. Everyone's like, well, that's just what mating bonds are. And even though they're like, oh yeah, sometimes the bonds can be bad for people, no one ever reckons with the fact of what to do then.
If that is the case,
We know that Ryson's parents were bad for each other. We also know that Tamlin's parents were bad for each other, even though they were mated, but nothing happened. They just stayed together and the women suffered. Like, that's
literally what Rhys says at some point. He's like, yeah, but most people stay together because they think the cauldron, like, put them together for a reason. And it's like,
just like, no, I want no fault fairy divorce. I want women to be able to say, hey, I don't want to stay in this shit relationship. I want to leave, without them being like, no, but because of nature and the mating bond, which is fate, you have to stay with this piece of shit forever.
I honestly don't remember anymore. I remember that this was a part that I liked, but I think I would remember if she like retconned it at some point. And Crescent City, that's a huge part. Bryce is Fae. Hunt is, I forgot what Hunt is.
An angel or whatever,
angel
right?
wing boy. And Bryce is like, she doesn't even know if there's a thing such as mate for these people.
Yeah.
She might have a mate somewhere else, but she is making the active decision to love Hunt, and he's her soulmate. She doesn't care about the archaic Fae mate model, right? She's like, no, this is my soulmate. This is the person I pick very actively.
He's not so even like a real proper angel. He's like a hell science experiment, right?
He's like
a lab baby.
a lab grown demon baby. We don't even know who the father is, I think.
Well,
I
one
will
of the
assume
all of them put some sperm in there and just mixed it up real good.
They didn't even use sperm; they just spit into a bottle, like,
it's
to get the DNA.
Like, they were like, "No, we love each other. We want a baby, but we're all men, so we're making a lab baby."
It's like, follow us on our polycule journey. No, but it's like, that was one of the things I liked. And I always like the theme of like choosing someone to love.
Yeah.
And being like very actively like, I love you, I want you.
Yeah. I think if a story wants to explore, like wants to have like soulmates or like mating bonds or whatever in it, it has to reckon with the horror aspects of it. But this doesn't, because Sarah J. Maas just doesn't really think about things that deeply in her world building. Things just kind of happen when they're convenient. So it doesn't get explored. But we have all these abusive relationships or just unhappy relationships.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you have to stay together because you get too horny, like it's too unpleasant otherwise. That's crazy. That's insane to me. And they're also acting as if not even the cauldron can like destroy a mating bond. Yeah. Right? Because like, what the fuck, man? That sounds so evil. I would not want this.
It's also, I feel like if we got more into this, like have a little bit more of a diversified look at these mating bonds, any interaction that Lucian has with Elaine would also be seen different, because it may immediately mean that he's trying to hit her up, right? Yeah, it's just you feel you are connected to the other person, you feel their pain regardless of the fact that you feel pain anyways if somebody who you like is like not having a good time, right? But it would go away from this is just a horn dog not being able to keep away, from this beautiful woman, but it would turn into he's just really concerned, and maybe it's just the whole situation is icky anyways with Elaine and Lucian. Like nothing against the ship in itself. I feel like due to the nature of mating bonds, the whole situation is just that.
Yeah, the mating bond is just ultimately like super coercive. Yeah. Right? Because it's just like, well, you have to, otherwise the other person suffers, and do you hate them enough to suffer?
Especially women, do you hate your men enough to have them suffer? Maybe let's just, like a dog, just castrate them. So
anymore. And it's like, well, if he doesn't want to suffer, he could kill himself. Thank you, bye. Similar. Who cares? But it really is just, it diminishes Lucian as a character to be so focused on that mating bond, and he really only cares about Elaine because of it. It's not like he cares about Nesta, right? Like, and in his defense, like at first, like when they're leaving, he says that, but on the journey, like they bond some more, and it's like a little bit more. I like that. I will say also the scene where they kill the twins together is like very like, very bro cool. Goals. It's like, you work it's together.
Like, really well. We're just missing, like clapping their hands. Like
it makes you feel again that it's crazy that he just leaves for the second part of the book, because I was expecting in a better book for them to fight together again, to work together towards something, where it's like when they're leaving and he's like, oh, to the night court because that's so much better, and where I'm like, okay, but if they're really like, if we delivered on her connection to all courts, and she was more of like working to bring Fae and humans closer, or just worked on having the courts cooperate better and be like an emissary for all courts or whatever, then Lucian working with her would be really great. Like, he's good at this stuff, and he has friends in every court, and so it's like that. I thought, them being bros together, like her bestie and her like doing some political work together, because they also both care about lesser Fae, which many high Fae don't. Like, yes, I thought in a better story this would go somewhere, right? Like, right?
In general, in the better story, their friendship would go somewhere, but
that's true.
Just
here, it just goes to the graveyard.
I skipped one of my quotes that I put under just funny stuff It happens before they leave, but there's this one thing where Feyre and Rhysand are like sexting while she's at the spring court, and I just thought this was peak literature. It said, "Like mine, it was wordless, a mere image. Like mine, Rhysand's tongue was out, but it was occupied with doing something else." And I'm like, I was retching. I was like, this is, first of all, like mine, it was wordless, a mere image. What did you expect? Like a 4K video to be sent through the bond? Like, how long was she seeing this image, you know? Could she swipe to his next dick
She's like
pic or
zooming
something?
in, and I was like...
like wearing those Apple glasses, you know, just going, like head movements. It's,
no, but that part is like, I also wrote this down as like, first time in months they talk to each other, like in weeks or whatever, right? It's been a while. And like, what do? Sext. I was like, is this what heterosexual people are like? Is this the only thing you can think of?
I want to point out that, first of all, I don't know. I want to point out that this is the exact thing that people are dragging Tamlin for in ACOTAR.
Yeah.
Where he gets his first time alone with her in like the adjacent room at the balls that Marantha throws, and they immediately make out. And people are like, oh my god, like, she's in danger. It's the first thing you do.
And here
There's
yeah.
I mean, it's not like...
It's not quite the same, but it's still like...
The vibe. The vibe, and like the
vibe is also...
The accusation stands. And I'm like...
But also, to be fair to Tamlin, like, Rhysand's like, oh, he could have gotten you out. You were making out with her, and then everyone left the room. You could have also gotten her out, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you could have also done this.
You could have done this easier than Tamlin.
Right? And it's
you could have just whisked her away.
Like, sure, this wasn't great on Tamlin's side, because he knew this woman was mad at Feyre specifically, because you want to fuck her, but still, like, whatever, man. It was like, he thought it was his only chance to ever make out with her again, because they were both gonna die soon. Like, that was, or she was gonna die, so.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I'm not heterosexual enough for this, but again, if that, like, it's just funny.
I think we're just not horny enough, you know? It's like...
Yeah, that's true. That is also true.
Yeah.
No. I was gonna say another quote from around that time, but if you have something that relates to...
No, because I was like, this was right above the quote for a scene from The Runaway. So that's why I saw it. So if you have a quote to that...
I have that one quote where Feyre's back in her edgy era. My goal was bigger than revenge. My purpose greater than personal retribution. And I'm like, Feyre, that's literally not true. You're ruining the Spring Court because you're mad at Tamlin. Like, come on, man. Be honest with yourself. You just hate all these bitches.
Yeah, like, she says it herself at the end of the book. She's like, oh, I did this because I wanted to be petty.
And she's like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oopsie daisy. Well, that's how it goes.
It happens.
I'm just a girl.
Crazy, man. Crazy. She has some mic drops in this Spring Court era.
Right. It's
where we have to be reminded every single fucking time that she's the cool girl, and that, you know, cool girl monologue is about Feyre. You know, she's the cool girl, and she's like
so cool. She's so smart. She is playing the political long game. She is so brilliant, and also she eats a poisoned apple like a fucking fool.
I don't remember, because I was like, oh, I will remember, and I didn't. One of another painting titles she has in her mind.
Oh, these are so dumb.
Court is a portrait in snares and baiting. I think that was still at a Spring Court, but it's...
Was this like the one where Tamlin finds her and Lucian in his room together, or
it could be, because the next
the
one is
titles are so
the next
bad.
one is Lucian meeting Asriel for the first time, so it's like it must be somewhere still
Somewhere
in the
before
spring
that.
court. I wrote them all down. It's not too many, but you know.
Another quote I was just like, this is just the dumbest shit ever, is when she is going into Ianthe's mind and calls it says, oh, it was like a mask over a face of decay. And I'm like, these words in this order, what are we trying to save her? Like, I know the implication is like, oh, she's evil inside but looks pretty. And I'm just like, but then the face is not decaying. And it's also not decayed to be a piece of shit. Some of these sentences make you go, I would not say it that way. I think you should rephrase this lightly to sound less weird.
I feel like one thing that Sarah J. Maas has, and like is a good thing and works out well, is she has a nice visual library of how she wants things to look and feel like, but sometimes she just does not use the right words, and that's fine. Yeah. I'm the same way.
No, like, but that's what you have editors for, who tell you, hey, maybe this should be something else.
Like, sometimes I'm like, Sarah, I think you meant something else. You know, it's like, she needs someone, like, you know, whenever I say something and you go, baby girl, that's not what you mean. You know, that's Sarah J. Maas needs that kind of person.
Sometimes it's like, I know what you mean, but those are not the words. Those are not the words.
Try again. It's like this vine with like, is it like, I don't know my fruits, you know. But the quote that I thought was just, listen, I know this is serious, but I was giggling, like, they're running away, right? They think they've made it. They cross through the Autumn Court, and while at the Autumn Court, Eris and I think 3 other brothers start hunting them, and then there's this standoff scene that they have. And because of Feyre's doing in the Spring Court, it's like, oh, rumor had it, you two have run off together, cuckolding Tamlin. And I was like, to read this word in this book, I was gagged. The next sentence, one of the other brothers goes, or no, Eris still is like, oh, I didn't think you had it in you, brother. And one of the other brothers is like, oh, he had it in her, it seems.
It's really funny.
I thought that was, like,
I will say, like, cuckolding is, like, the appropriate word. Like, it's not, like, slang or whatever, right? But he had it in her. That's the CW coming back to haunt us.
I laughed so much. I was like, honestly, this didn't even feel like CW. This felt like something that, like, a group of people, brothers, kind of taunting their other brother.
True. It is really funny, though. Like, it's a really funny moment.
That felt like one of those thoughts you do not think. They just flow out of your mouth, and everybody else is standing around you is like, did you just say that? This is what this felt like. And I genuinely, that was a point I genuinely laughed. Like, not because I was like, what the fuck am I reading? But because I thought it was funny. So I think this quote deserved it, like, that's why I wrote it down. I thought it was really funny.
It is really funny that it happened. It's just, it's great. It's like a real family moment. It's like, yeah, I can imagine frat bros saying this to their friends too. It's like, you know,
but it's like, also, you know, the kind of sex joke that you make and you're like, stop, please. You can't. It's like, ah. Yeah. I'm sorry, you wanted to say something.
No, I think it is fucking incredible that Baron has like 5 sons or whatever. 1 ran away and he has 4 more. Okay, but then he sends all of them together out to catch the other one. I'm just like, do you not want to keep one at home in case something happens to them? Like,
I don't remember. What? Does Baron, like, does he... Oh, yeah, no, right. Eris says something along the lines of, father was disappointed you didn't drop by, right?
Yeah.
I was like, does he know? But yeah, okay, no.
You know, he knows, and I'm just like, shouldn't you send one of your sons with a bunch of guards or something? Why are you sending all your sons? Do they not have other stuff to do? This is crazy.
And the thing is, they all seem very similar in age. Like, Lucian is, I think, the youngest, right? He's like, I don't know, a couple people need to die before he becomes, you know, a High Lord. And Eris is the oldest, but it doesn't, since Eris is described as like similarly youthful, I would say, it feels like all of them are maximum 100 years apart in age. So considering how rare Fae babies are.
The thing is, I don't even think they're that far apart, because then they would have participated in the war, which I don't think is the case, because Lucian was born either right after or right before, so he just didn't participate because he's Tamlin's age, who was also not in the war.
In the war, like, right, yeah.
A baby at the time. So it's just like, they're not that far apart in age.
They
but
had
then
a
also
bountiful harvest, autumn court.
The crazy part is also when they're like, oh yeah, Lucian is saying he would have to murder his way up, the inheritance. But he doesn't if he's the right one. Tamlin said, oh, my older brothers could immediately tell I would inherit it because I was obviously the most powerful. So the power doesn't go chronologically. It goes to the most suited. I mean, Eris knows, or no, I don't think he knows, but like, at least Lucian's mom knows he's not in the running anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I'm also like, doesn't Baron also kind of know? Like, Lucian has the autumn court coloring, but it's like, oh, he's a few shades darker than his brothers. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's because she slept with the ambiguously ethnic other High Lord, It's
to me, I'm still bamboozled by this, because it's like, you are a family of the most pasty white gingers in existence.
Then,
every single one of you, and then one baby pops out, and baby's already 10.
He has beautiful gold skin, and you're like, maybe she ate some tanning materials while she was incubating. Who knows?
And I mean, that your wife
was sleeping with that other guy who, again, has a darker skin tone.
Was around the other guy even. Not even just the sleeping. Just like, was around the other guy, right? So it's like, I don't know. As a Baron, I'd be like,
No, I think he knew they were having an affair. Because Helion does say that, like, after he found out, he, abused his wife so much that, now she's nervous and, like, so it feels like he does know, and it feels very obvious to everyone that, like, hey,
well, except for Rhys.
Except for other High Lords who have seen these people together who have seen Helion more often than other people and are like, no, this face reminds me of nothing. And it's totally not, like, hot goss that Helion slept with another High Lord's wife.
Yeah.
As if that wasn't, like, irrelevant information that people would keep gossiping about forever.
Again, what were they doing in those 50 years under the mountain?
Right? Oh, what were they doing? They were all in their own rooms being like, I'm playing chess against myself. Yeah. Like, what were they doing?
But yeah, it's the whole Lucian
Lucian's family line. I assume this will be relevant in Elaine's book, because obviously they will get together, because Sarah J. Maas cannot write mates who do not end up together. I would be beyond surprised if she didn't get together with Lucian. I feel like this is inevitable.
Yeah, or it's like a weird, like, not triangle, but just angle situation, like
It's a Elaine has two hands situation, you mean?
Yes, exactly. And then Lucian will be like,
impossible.
Lucian would be like, I just want her to be happy, so Azriel's there as well. And they have, like, this weird relationship with each other where it's like, oh, happy wife, happy life.
Where once again, in my brain, I'm just like,
I agree.
Lucian, son of the High Lord of the Day Court, Azriel, Shadow Singer.
It writes itself. It writes itself.
This is like...
Lucian is like the outgoing, extroverted guy,
You know what? In my brain, I'm just connecting some dots. Is this constellation the inspiration for Lightlark's Gororo problem?
Let me check something. The thing, it's like, one of these like drawing books where you can like connect the dots and then makes a picture and you connect them differently. There's still a picture. It's just not. Hey, you have 84 fanfics to read through if you want to read some Azrael Lucian fanfiction. Just check.
I love that you looked this up for me. I never will. I do not care. I just like the idea.
It's there for your perusing,
Listen, again, there's a secret good gay ACOTAR in my brain, but it's never getting out because, quite frankly, having read this book, I'm so tired of this series. I don't want to even think about it much anymore. I'm just like, when I read this the first time, I brought a lot of energy from myself to the table. Like, I was doing a lot of mental work to make it seem better and, like, add depth to characters. But reading it again, I'm like, what is this? I don't like this. I'm tired thinking about it.
I think especially or essentially because after they arrive at the night court, it gets so like they run away, they are past the border, and then they get whisked away by Cassian and Moore and Azrael. It becomes this slog because now we don't have any interesting or fun characters around anymore. We
have no urgency. We just have this friend group of people who, talk as if they came out of a CW show.
And the thing is, it's like, and essentially it's a nice setup. We arrive there and we immediately find out that Rhysand is like, we need to have a High Lord meeting. We need to talk about the upcoming war. Yeah. And we have like 2 weeks is, I think, the time frame that's being set for them. So it's like, as a reader, you're like, okay, we're most likely not going to time jump these 2 weeks because we've still got to meet Nesta and Elaine. We've got to deal with the Lucian of it all, being at the night court, Feyre and Rhysand reuniting, all of that. So you're like, okay, what can we do in these 2 weeks? How can we prepare? What fun, interesting things can be done? And then these 2 weeks feel so long and tiring. And like at some point I was like, please just tell me where will the High Lord, every single time the meeting gets mentioned, I was like, please tell me you finally found a meeting place, tell me some High Lords responded. I can't do this anymore. Yeah. And then it gets worse after the meeting.
It gets worse. The meeting, you mean?
Start of the meeting. But we do have a new painting title the moment they enter the townhouse, which is, and Azrael kind of looks at, or Lucian looks at Azrael, and it's like, there's like this, oh, I want to meet Elaine kind of thing. It's, the clever fox stares down winged death. It's just,
I'm just, in my head, the painting is just like, because I've recently been using some of my stickers, for the con, and I'm just thinking of like a cute little fox and like a cute little crow, and they're just looking at each other and they're like, what the fuck is your deal, man?
Or it's like Death from the Reaper comics who's like, wait, you're still alive, I don't have to get you yet, like,
and we give him like the Illyrian wings, and it's like, damn, what are you doing here, man? But, oh my god, I forgot something from the Spring Court that was incredibly funny to me.
No, mention it now.
Because Farrah's like, oh, I have a new bedroom now because the old one got destroyed by Tamlin and they never cleaned it up. They never fixed the bedroom.
I feel like
it's been half a year. This room has been trashed the entire time. Curtains ripped, bed destroyed. She's like, oh, all my clothes are strewn on the floor as if he looked for me in the closet.
He was trying to find Narnia.
It's just crazy to me because, like, especially after he went to Hybern and was like, oh, he's gonna find her for me. Wouldn't he have gone and fixed the room up to be like, oh, when she comes home, everything's the same and waiting for her? But no, he just left the room.
I feel like this. In terms of not touching a room, I can understand, right? Similar, like if a child dies quite young, sometimes parents preserve the child's room as sort of like a live-in shrine. But the point that you just made with like, but he would clean it up as soon as he knows he's gonna retrieve her.
Yeah, especially because, like, he was the entire time, he was like, no, I'm going to war for her, I'm absolutely getting her back. Wouldn't he have fixed that up and be like, no, it's ready anytime? Not, he wouldn't have fixed it up. He would have told his servants to fix it up, of course.
Yeah.
What are you rich for? Like, you're not doing interior design here. But it's just so funny to me. She's like walking past and like the room's just trashed. Everything's super dusty because it's been months. There's probably like 5 different birds nesting in there somewhere. Probably smells like shit because the windows are broken. Like that room's just like decaying. It's really funny to me. It's just incredible. It's like, it was just like, nah, we're giving you a new room. Don't worry about it.
An uneaten clementine like laying behind the curtain that's starting to mold and it's like really disgusting.
It also feels extra funny because Tamlin picked the room and he put her across from Lucian and not next to his own room.
Because
which is really funny. Space. He was like, my bro's not gonna touch my wife. And then it's like, oh, my bro touched my wife.
Bro touch wife. Wife sad.
Sorry, but that sounds like an instruction.
Maybe something got lost along the way in translation. Between Tamlin and Lucian, and Tamlin was like, "No, what if he did
That's
see
not
it as
what
instructions?"
I meant. But also,
that's not what I meant when I said love my wife like your own.
There's also the moment where Tamlin is in the study and gets angry, right, and blasts his power, and it's like, oh, he destroyed everything. But all that happens to Farah, even though she doesn't use her shield, is that a table whacks into her. Which,
I mean, that hurts.
It hurts, but it's also, a high lord of immense power exploding his magic outwards, and it's just to the table, and like a little cut from like a splinter. Really?
Maybe he was just a little bit hangry.
Kind of embarrassing. And then over the bond, Ryson's like, how dare he do this to you? I will avenge you, my queen. And it's just so embarrassing, man. It's like, it's a table, man. She's gotten worse bruises from your crazy sex activities. Be reasonable here.
That is true.
It's just so funny because like he hit her with the table. Hurts, but come on, there are much, much worse things. She's immortal. She heals super fast. It's not that big a deal.
I think the pain in itself, like, no matter how insignificant, of course, it, like, sucks. The first thing you mentioned, that we have the High Lord, like, just exploding with power and rage, and all it does is splinter some furniture and throw a table around. That's pretty sad.
It's a little embarrassing. Maybe that's why he couldn't be the protagonist. The love interest. He's impotent. It's a symbolic show.
I mean, he should have just used his like recent potent shooters.
All I'm saying is that he couldn't have gotten Farah pregnant while she's on contraception.
Oh my god. I'm the first in my bloodline to hear this sentence.
This is a serious book review podcast, by the way. No, we need this. After reading the book, this is therapy for us.
It feels like a reward.
But yeah, no, we're in Valaris now, and now we're getting to the point where we just recycle some scenes several times over and over.
The audacity of doing that like 5 different times with 5 different scenes sandwiched 3 different or even 4 different times, so you're just reading
you keep doing the same thing.
You feel like in a loop.
Like conceptually, I don't think it's bad to have a scene or maybe like a second short one where it's talked about where Azriel teaches Farah to fly, because I do think they have some really cute bonding. We don't need the surprise novella about Nefel, the disabled seraphim, so we put in some real inspiration porn into our fantasy story and going like, hey, she's not disabled, she's differently abled, okay? She can do things no other seraphim could have done. Whatever, who gives a shit? But their interactions are cute. I do think it's like very cute for him to be like, hey, I also learned flying as an adult, and it sucks at first, but I'm here to help you. And honestly, I wish there was more of this, of Farrah building her own relationships with the inner circle, because she and Cassian also have like some fun bro moments where you're like, oh yeah, I can see them getting along as actual friends and not just, oh, these are my boyfriend's friends.
I feel like they are trying. There are a couple of scenes where the rest of the inner circle is like, you're not just, Reason's wife, you are our high lady. Like, we feel for you too. But it doesn't really breach the nobility high lady part and goes into Feyre friendship,
Yeah, I feel like it's also, they say this, but reading it, you never get the feeling that they would actually follow her orders before Rice ends if they think she's in the right. Because I feel like they're like, he's our main boss, and you're like, you also are kind of our boss, but we listen to him first and you second. I think it would be good if at some point she got to, be like, yeah, Ryson said this, but you have to do this now. And they do it because they, believe in her and she's their high lady, so it means something, and it's not just like, oh, she gets to wear a pretty crown to the High Lord meeting.
The prettiest princess at the party!
Pretty crown.
I honestly forgot that Azriel talked this much, and I was pleasantly surprised. It's just that the amount of training scenes we have to them having like interactions ratio, it's not balancing, right? We have far too many descriptions of Feyre nearly flying into different trees or walls or like falling. The thing is, it's sometimes we have these scenes where it's like we see her progress regardless. She has to get somewhere. She's like, I'm gonna fly, and then that's fine. That's
and
exactly
then we
what you
break
need.
And have another training scene.
And it's like, why do we need this? She already does. She's doing her homework, right?
Yeah,
she's flying. She's trying.
The next scene that happened, at least I actively counted it twice, but it might have happened 3 times, is Feyre comes home in the evening, is sore all over. Ryson gives her a massage and it ends in sex. A massage with a happy end, This happened several times, and it's like, this is the same scene. Why are we doing this again?
I have a big confession to make. I didn't read them. I skipped through the sex scenes because at first I was like, okay, this is like the emotional sex scene of the quarter,
the reunion,
the
sex
third,
scene,
and then the next one I was like, why is it happening again? Like, oh my god! And the next one was like, why is it happening again?
No, I also kind of skimmed them. I did not attentively read those.
And another of these repetitive scenes would be like the Feyre Nesta interactions. She's always like, it felt like, to me reading it felt like a video game interaction where you have a hub. Like, on Mass Effect, you have the Normandy, or in the Dragon Age games, you have, like, the area where your NPCs hang around, and every once in a while between your missions, you come there, and you're like, I should check on my bros. And, Feyre's like, I should check on Nesta, and it's always the same dialogue. She goes there, Elaine is, saying her seer stuff that nobody even thinks about writing down, or like,
no, they're all like,
anything.
Nah, man, she's fucking crazy. Don't worry
just
about
like,
it.
Oh yeah, she's just gone insane. And then they have the same weird talk every single time. Feyre's like, it reeks of like sexual tension in here. Where's Cassian? Is he hiding behind the curtain? And then she leaves. And sometimes these scenes are being used to translate, or like, not translate, to convey some sort of plot or lore, but it's not enough to justify the scenes.
It's also, I know there are many people who read ACOTAR and are like, you know what, I'm a Nesta stan, I don't like Feyre. I'm the opposite. I find her so unpleasant. Most interactions with Feyre, she's just a huge asshole to Feyre, as if like, everything bad that has ever happened in her life is somehow Feyre's fault.
Yeah.
It's just, and there's no real development. Even later on, when she's like, wow, you saved me. And it's like, yeah, she does this all the time. Like, she risks her life for you all the time. She did this when she was a teenager and you were an adult. Why are you surprised? But the worst part, I think, is when Feyre rescues Elaine and Nesta says thank you to her. As
So
if
weird.
Elaine belongs to Nesta and is not also Farah's sister, who she would save because she loves Elaine, as if this was a favor. And
I mean,
after that, they have
yeah.
that, oh, they're curled up together scene, and I'm like, this is unearned. This is so unearned. No.
I mean, I get it in a certain way. Maybe it was because, you know, Feyre herself went to save Elaine instead of sending somebody else, or it's just, you know, Nesta doesn't know where to go with her emotions, so she, instead of praying to God and saying, thank you, God, she says thank you to Feyre, because in the end, Feyre was the one saving her and not, you know, whatever
I don't
God.
know, to me,
but
that's not how it reads, because
Yeah.
she always acts like she's Elaine's caretaker and Farah just doesn't give a shit. Like, she acts as if Farah doesn't
Yeah.
have the same right to care about her other sister than Nesta does, which is weird
And
because they'd all be
yeah.
dead if Farah hadn't taken care of them.
And the infuriating thing is that Feyre at some point asks Nesta, she's like, why do you love Elaine so much more than me? Like, what is it? And Nesta starts answering.
And then they get
interrupted. And it never gets addressed again.
Yeah.
And the thing with Nesta, I feel like she's supposed to read as this kind of character that's always cold, always snaps, you know, because on the inside they're so yearning for love and safety and whatever. And it can work that this character then like has a breaking point, becomes super emotional and anything, but there's always like a cleanup period afterwards where you still have to deal with the consequences of your actions, and it just doesn't happen with Nesta. She goes back to bitch in like 10 seconds.
The thing is also that Nesta just, and I know Farah doesn't like care about that, but Nesta never like apologizes. Like, the closest she comes to admitting that she's ever not been a good sister is when in front, like in public, because this is a big thing in these books, that people make public declarations instead of like talking to people in private. She's like,
I don't get it.
oh, we would have starved without her, and I know this. And I'm like, wow, would be cool if you ever like thanked her for that or apologized for being such a cunt. And then she's also like, oh, I didn't know you couldn't read well. Why didn't you tell us? And I was like, no, Farah mentions you made fun of her for not being able to read. Don't lie to me. You can't gaslight me. I remember this. Like, what are you talking about?
One of the things that frustrated me a lot in Silver Flames was that, on the one hand, I was on board with the people that were like, the inner court, inner circle is like far too harsh to Nesta and far too mean. Because Nesta has some very valid points there, but it's because they're mean to her for the wrong things. Like, they can be mean and disappointed and just angry at her for her treatment of Feyre and just her overall bitchiness. Because, yeah, some people are prickly, some people have trust issues. There's all kinds of reasons why you, like, become a person with a short fuse that lashes out. But we can always better ourselves. But that's not the reason why they are angry with Nesta in Silver Flames.
But you still lashed out. But it's also, I think the thing is that if Feyre ever got like a cathartic scene with her, where she got to be mad and then got like an apology or an explanation, anything, right? That would be nice. But these other people, like, even if they're protective of Feyre, they're like hundreds, if not over 1,000 years old. They should not be hating on like a 30-year-old woman like this, or less than 30. She's like 25 or whatever. Yeah. She's not that old. So like, to them, she would also be young, and they'd be like, okay, yeah, you're an asshole, but you're also a kid. Or like, at least like, you're, young. You have time to improve. Yeah. And it like makes sense that, you're difficult sometimes. But that they also behave like teenagers is like unforgivable.
It's just, you're looking at them and you're going, what the fuck is going on? But it's...
I mean, it's also... I still like Nesta more than Elaine, because Elaine's not a character. She's like an object or a plot device, whatever's needed at the time. But she's barely, like... Does she ever act? I don't think so. She just sometimes relays a prophecy, but we could have like a cursed crystal ball that does that for us. We don't need a person for this. She also just never ever reckons with her like behavior for 2 decades in Farah's life. She's just like, no, I don't have to apologize because I'm sad right now, and that's more important.
And
it's
I mean,
just the way that the book at the end pretends that, oh, all is well in this family, like, oh, look how they're bonding. I'm like, they have not had one deep, serious conversation all
at
together,
least that we know of,
this entire book. I mean, yeah, for the reader it kind of matters if they have it, you know, where we can read about it. But it never happens, so this feels so entirely unearned, and it's very difficult to be, you know, like, oh wow, I get Nesta, because she never explains herself in any way. And it's also extra funny that the book is like, her mental strength is so impressive, and it's like, no, it's actually the opposite. If you're very emotional and you cope with this by lashing out at everyone and hurting them just so you don't have to be hurt, that's the opposite, I would actually say, of mental strength. That's, you know, that's instinctive behavior, but it doesn't scream strong to me. It screams very emotionally fragile to me, actually.
It's, over, I just, the Elaine thing, because that was what you said first, and then the Nessa thing. I also felt like, because Elaine spends so much, we don't really see much of her in ACOTAR.
Yeah.
And then in ACOMAF, it's like doing
a few sentences.
A few sentences where she's like, oh no, Feyre, I missed you, but now you're Faye. Oh no. Right? And then seeing her act in any capacity, in any way, you know, when she gets kidnapped and then she like screams to the girl like, hold on to the hand or whatever, and then she kicks the wolf or whatever it was, the hound kicks him away, and then in the end she does this stabby stab. It feels like this could be any other character or not, but it's like depersonalization.
This
from
tells
Elaine.
us nothing about what kind of character she is. These are actions anyone would do in that situation. Like, yeah, of course you're kicking the dog that's trying to bite you, like, crazy.
Right.
Wow. Meaningful interaction here. She could be replaced in most scenes with any other character. And it's like, it's a bit sad, but it does support my Elaine should have died in the cauldron
theory,
you know, opinion.
Stance.
Because she just doesn't do anything.
I feel like it's a fun thing to have a seer, and because, you know, consider
sure.
the rätsel of it all, the
riddle?
Word games and riddles. Exactly. Thank you. I was like, D&D rätsel, no, it's a D&D riddle. Like, consider that, because that could be because one of the biggest things, while what would make you think that it's interesting to have 2 weeks until the meeting, is that Amren has this constant like side plot to translate the book, and find like a solution to the whole problem. And then I don't know at which point, at some point Feyre finds the Suriel again, and Suriel's like, yeah, look up the last 2 pages, whatever, read that. And we cannot even join the book riddle because Amren is translating it. So it's like an idle mobile game where you just have to wait until you unlock the next couple of gems to play. And it would be so much funnier if we had, or like not funnier, but more interesting if we had our own little riddle to crack, which would be Elaine's seeing. And she talks weird stuff and you're like, okay, maybe I should remember what she's saying because it might become interesting later on. But it would be a lot more fun to actively be like, okay, like, what is she saying? Can we use that for us as assets in the war? Is this giving us an up? Is she sometimes spouting nonsense? Like, is everything she says something she actually sees? Or is she seeing, like, multiple futures available, like the Suriel can?
Where it's also just like, why is the Suriel in this book when we already have another seer? Couldn't, right? But Also, another thing where I'm like, we didn't need Elaine, because you know what could have given us riddles about, things that happen all over the world? The fucking Ouroboros mirror that is hyped up as being able to see everything in the world, but kind of evil or whatever, and hard to control. That could have hung in the living room and sometimes been like, oh, things are happening, but I'm not going to be clear about what is happening. And then they could have been like, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? And
it's like in Love Island when it goes ding, 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 and then all of the contestants run to the screen because it's like, a new bombshell has entered the villa. It's like, oh! It's like,
but
all right,
see, I'm like, why is the mirror in this if we're not using this? So, again, it's... But... Even so, like, the fact that she's a seer basically adds nothing, because people just don't listen to her. No one's...
It's so sad.
They don't think about it. They're just like, well, women sometimes say things, but these don't make sense, so surely she's just crazy from being in the cauldron, and it's not, like, magical in any way, because, like, who would come out of the cauldron magically altered? Must be random.
At the point of them being like, okay, Nesta has actual powers because she can't hide it anymore, right? At least at that point, they should have gone to Elaine and badgered her until they find out if she has powers. Not just be like, oh, Elaine, baby girl, are you feeling different? Because she does. She turned into a fae. But test her. Throw her down a set of stairs. I don't know. Just, elicit some sort of adrenaline response.
Something. Or be like, hey, she's been saying random weird stuff. Maybe that means something.
Like, if I was in the same situation, if I was Nesta or Feyre, but Nesta has more time than Feyre, right? I sit next to my sister. She's saying all kinds of things. And I'm a person that likes to read anyways, because, Nesta reads a lot. I'd be like, okay, I'm in the library, I've got nothing better to do. A tale of two ravens, black, white. Do we find something about this?
Right?
That's not what happens in the end, because she's seeing the future, not prophecies of an ancient time, right? But still, you would...
The thing is also that just... She's seeing things, and the things she communicates are not nonsense in the sense that she's just babbling. These are... strings of informations that are clearly meant to go together, which are meaningful to her. So you'd be like, okay, is this code? Is she, like, it does feel like she's communicating, so no one is taking it seriously at all and looking at it like, does this mean anything? No, I guess not. It's just...
They're all just looking at her and go, yeah, a firebird, slay, girly, want to draw that? Want to paint it?
Sometimes I dream of weird things too, Elaine. Don't worry about it. It will get better.
Oh, imagine. It's truly one of the... It also immediately, in my case, it immediately, like, destroys any sort of, like, motivation I would have to see these sisters as people who care about each other.
Yeah.
Because that's not how, like, again, everybody deals with it differently, but you don't just... forget.
It's also Nesta and Feyre have always been treating Elaine as kind of like an object. She's like, oh, she's so fragile. We need to take care of her, right? And okay, she's a adult woman your age. She's not a baby. She's not. And she's not disabled. She's not intellectually disabled. There's nothing wrong with her. She has a mind. She can make decisions. Why are you treating her like this?
And the thing is, it's not like she doesn't have any qualities. Of the few things we know about her, we know that she is able to, you know, if she sets her mind to taking care of a garden and, like, putting her effort into it, she is there every single day. Not afraid to do manual labor, you know, being in the field, plucking out stuff. It's not like you can, this sounds mean, but it's not like you can't put her to use, right?
It is crazy that they put her in a library and not in a garden.
And yeah, and a lot of people are like, oh, but this is for the characters who are, or for the people who are always very feminine and sweet and kind, and like don't fight or use the words. I'm like, but this is not good representation for you either, because Elaine doesn't get to do anything with it. She gets put like a pretty flower into the library, and nobody cares. The only person who tries to put things into motion is Lucian, for fuck's sake.
Right? And that's mostly because he wants to get his dick wet, so it's not, because...
It's so infuriating. Like, I'm trying to make a case for her, but it's like everything in this book fights against it.
The thing is that she was barely characterized before, and it's also that it's bad characterization. It's like, oh, she's just so sweet and nice, and I'm just like, can you really characterize a character as kind and caring who lets their little sibling go out into the woods to hunt, and then when they come back, not lift a single finger to help them with anything, and to be like, oh, you should spend your money on treats for me and not things you need? Yeah, that doesn't sound kind or caring to me, so I have trouble believing this, frankly.
Because it's like, okay, if she had been, if they wanted to have this certain picture femininity, right, for Elaine, it could have been things like, oh, Feyre, let me mend your coat. Let me give you
do your hair,
a hug.
Let me care for you, let me make food for you, let me clean stuff, something, anything. She's not even using her garden to have like helpful herbs or anything, right? She's like, oh, I have something to season the food with that you bring. She does nothing. So I have already, like, even if she's intended to be kind, she doesn't come across as this to me. And then at the end of ACOMAF, she goes through a extremely traumatic event, after which she's mostly catatonic and doesn't speak. So we're left knowing basically nothing of her personality after this meaningful event happened.
Yeah.
She speaks softly and she doesn't do much, and she thinks of, like, the wedding she should have had. But, like, that's not a personality. Those are goals and interests, but it's not... If you gave me a fanfic where Elena's in it, I couldn't even tell you if it's out of character because I have no idea what she's like. The fact that she puts the knife through the King of Hybern first before Nesta beheads him is, okay, I didn't really expect violence from her, but that's mostly because I don't expect her to act, not because I don't expect her to do violent things. I'm just surprised she's not sitting there letting things happen.
It's overall, to me, it's just crazy that we have this character who has been in each of the books and who has had quote unquote an acting role, right?
Right.
A speaking role, and we know so little about this essential motivation,
especially
for
because Feyre cares so much about her sisters. It's a big part of her characterization that she cares about them. But then also in this book, that doesn't come through either. Like, she keeps saying it, but she comes to Velaris, and her first instinct while see her sisters is not, hey, I should do this alone as a family. Ryson's there. Lucian's also there. Look, when she goes to Nesta, Castian's there, I think. She doesn't do it alone. Of course your sister is prickly when, like, strangers are there.
When the stranger who has been, like, trying to get into her pants...
Of course they're weirder when there's other people there. It's so incomprehensible to me that Sarah J. Maas wrote it like this and was like, yeah, this makes sense. People behave this way, right? This is a reasonable thing to do in this situation.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of the things that make this post-Spring Court era so frustrating.
I think, because it's also it's such a good show of that, like, sometimes people talk about editing and the influence of editors and other people who read the work and then, like, have it be changed afterwards. treated as like, oh, it's destroying the vision of the author. But that's not really the case most of the time. Most of the time they're there for your vision. They just want you to get it across better. And I think if there had been time for someone to seriously critique this, we could have gotten better characterization of everyone. Because I feel like most of these characters just say stock, answers and stuff in scenes where you're like, okay, I would expect anyone to be saying this. This doesn't feel specific to any of the characters, because Sarah J. Maas just needed the scenes to work and have them done and have the book work, kind of. And in its defense, at least the narrative is, even though convoluted, makes sense. Everything has logical connections. We don't have crazy plot holes. We have... all of it connects in... It's boring and not fun, but it is a coherent story, which some published fiction doesn't manage either. So, at least that. But really, it feels like every character loses. Like, this is the book... People hold it up as Tamlin's character assassination. Everyone loses. No one is winning in this. Everyone looks worse after this book than they did after the second book. Everyone.
Yeah.
They get bland and uninteresting, or they get, like, unpleasant.
It's certainly interesting. There's a couple of things they do before the High Lord meeting, which, like, there are singular scenes, but they add to the sheer volume of the book. I think one of the worst perpetrators is the Hewn City visit. It's like because they go there for two reasons, which is very convenient. They're like, we have to convince Kier that he gives us his Darkbringer Legion for the war, and also we have to get the Ouroboros mirror, and Amryn and Nesta do some fun stuff on the side. They go on their own little adventure, which later gets explained to us as just another training montage from Nesta, but it's whatever. And yes,
I just want to... There's a quote of my favorite VIP from the visit to the Court of Nightmares, which is the dumb fuck-off stupid table, which is described as a mammoth table of black glass, split the room in two like a lightning strike, its corners left long and jagged, sharp as a razor. This stupid-ass table!
Wait a sec. First of all, what a weird description. They had, this room is not baby-proof. Second of all, this is the second time now, because I had this in my mind, I was like, why does it look like this? Where something that you would presume is straight gets described as a lightning, because later on, Moore has like two blades, and they're curved at the end, and you're like, okay, it's like a saber.
It's a scimitar,
It's a scimitar, something, and then it's like a lightning, and my mind immediately went to like the the Harry Potter scar. I was like, that's not.
I'm just like, especially because you associate a lightning strike with something quick and short and like thin,
like,
and they're like the mammoth table of black glass split the room in two like a lightning strike. What?
Are they even able to put papers on it? Is it like, does it get through the ceiling? What is this?
I mean, it's supposed to bisect the room as like, okay, it's just a big table and the room is like split around it.
Yeah, of course.
But the way it's described, especially its corners left long and jagged. What are long corners?
Well, it's just like, wait.
Do they just have spikes at the corners?
I guess.
What is this implying? Also, the corners, plural, sharp as a razor.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they be sharp as razors? Is only one of them sharp? What's the corner situation on this?
Maybe you get it wrong. Maybe it's the whole table is as sharp as a razor, not just the corners.
The whole table is just one lightning strike with long edges.
It's like you can't even put your hands on it, right? Because you immediately like skin your arms.
And this is in like this is in a conference room in the Court of Nightmares. I'm just like, what is this? This is the stupidest table. I love this table. It's so stupid. I could not forget it. I
feel like this table is a perfect example of what I meant when I said like she has a nice vision, but she absolutely fails. It reads, I know it's not because when it was written, but it reads like an AI sentence where it's like all of these words make sense, the causes are correct, the position in the sentence is correct, but if you put the information together, it's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, one wonderful example that, like, you don't need to need to immediately point the finger at AI when you read some things that make no sense in the book, because humans are so good at producing garbage you would not believe. But like, no, this table, I am obsessed with it. I'm like, what use is this table that's like, you can cut yourself on it while you're discussing war strategy, and they're sitting around this weird-ass table in entirely undescribed chairs and having their catty, like, bitch fits at each other while they're talking to Eris and Moore's father. It's so silly, this dumbass table, I cannot get over it.
It was very... This scene, when I was reading it, and the Eris thing of it all happens, and then Moore's like really sad about it, justifiably so, right? And Reason is like, it was necessary, and of course I would do it, with like the would you do that if Amarantha could help us, blah blah. And then the iconic sentence of I kept this unit from breaking for 49 years gets dropped by Amren. She's like, I'm not gonna let this tear us apart. And I'm like, is this a unit?
I also, it's iconic because in my mind, the least equipped person to
keep them together,
emotional work, to be like the group therapist and maintain morale, is Amren, the weirdo who hates everyone and likes being alone and watching sports. Incredible. I've kept this unit from breaking, and then I assume this is one of those friend groups where everyone's like, I am the most important part. Without me, this would all fail. But they're all unpleasant, and the group is basically failing at all times.
Each of them is the glue, but it's like, one of those
it's all
DIY
glue.
Slimes that somebody made. So it's like...
But it's a sparkling slime, because they're all wearing so much jewelry.
And because some of them are kind of not straight. Ooh!
Some of them. It. You mean one of them?
I mean, Feyre does have the Amarantha sex dream.
Yeah, that's true. She does have the weird horror sex dream. And she does keep talking about women as extremely, like, attractive or whatever. Which does get a bit weird when she keeps talking about her sisters like that. Not even in a, oh, is she attractive? But just in a...
Yeah.
These are your sisters who you haven't seen in months, and there was a traumatic event, and one of the things you notice first is that they're breathtakingly beautiful. One in a like, oh, she's just so powerful and cool, and the other one in a like, she's so delicate and lovely. I'm just like, is this really what you're thinking? Is this what hits you? When I see my family members, the last thing I ever think about is, are they attractive right now? Like, what?
Yeah, the thing is, you wonder, because when I see my sister, I'm like, oh, she's so beautiful. That's a common thought I have, but I'm like, that's not the kind of vibe you get from Feyre. Sometimes you do, and she's like, oh my god, this is like extraterrestrial beauty. You're like, okay, Feyre does mean it in a sort of, oh, she's beautiful. But whenever she's like, oh my god, she and her big tits are even more gorgeous than usual, it's
just like weird. There's a difference between, oh, my sisters have always been beautiful, but the cauldron made them more so, and leave it at that. But she goes on to, Her beauty could bring kingdoms to their knees. She is devastatingly beautiful to ruin other. Like, everyone looks ugly beside her. At some point, don't you want to think about other parts of your sisters that are not how they look? It's so weird.
She's just a hype queen, you know, a hype girl. She's the kind of person that, you know, if you post a picture on Instagram, she'll, like, 1 second after that, you'll have a comment with 3 flames.
Which makes it even more devastating that she thinks the King of Hybern is average sized and not very attractive.
What does my king look like?
So
I
fucking
wonder.
funny. One time she talks about his ruddy face, so he doesn't have clear, beautiful, glowing skin, I suppose.
Well,
And
you
he
know, if
has,
you live in a bone castle, that kind of clogs up your pores at some point. So.
It's all, you know, you want your castle to be less porous, so your own pores can be, you know, better served.
But yeah, we've got this stupid visit where we find again that this friend group doesn't really feel like a friend group. It feels like, I think what you mentioned at not the very beginning, but towards the beginning of this video is when you were like, it feels like this is the recent show. I feel like this is very noticeable and gets just worse by the time we progress at the Night Court, because we're supposed to spend time with Feyre and her sisters and her relationship with Lucian and her relationship with Rhysand and her making friends with the Inner Circle, but it kind of always gets projected back to Rhysand no matter what they do.
Also, he's just in a lot of those scenes as well. He's just standing around in the background.
He's just standing around. He's one of the... I get it. I get it, but when they get to the Night Court for the first time, and they're all in this little ass hallway in the townhouse, and Feyre falls to her knees and they make out on the floor, not caring who else is there. Like, she's literally like, I did not care that all the others were there. All I saw was Rhysand and I had to fucking suck his face. Cringe.
Yeah, same. I was also like, dude... Lucian's there. Your friends are also there who you haven't seen in a long time. Is this the moment? Do you have to make this such a production?
Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm a prude, right? But wouldn't it be much more impactful to have, like, one tight kiss? Maybe even, perish the thought, a closed lip kiss. And then, you know, the party starts in the bedroom, which it does anyways. Right.
It does anyways. The thing is, it starts off impactful where they just sit knee to knee and, like, have their, you know, foreheads pressed together and just looking at each other. That's good. That's like, okay, this feels genuinely emotional. And then they start making out and you're like, end scene, I don't, can we not do this?
Cut.
Yeah, can we at least acknowledge other people in the room and send them off before you start fucking on the floor right here? Like, it's not... I'm not here for it.
You know, Lucian is standing there bleeding from various, you know, parts of his body. He's kind of hobbling around because maybe, you know, sprained his ankle on the way. Asriel also dripping onto the very nice carpet. They're just looking at them like, So, do you also want to kiss? I mean, we got time.
Yeah, honestly, they should be making out, and then Cassian should make, like, a bad joke, and then the mood is ruined or something. Because he's also standing around. Amren's there.
Mor is there.
Mor is also there. It just, almost everyone's there, and it's so awkward. It gets so awkward so fast.
It's super awkward.
It's just, I don't love this. And then they have... It does include one of the funniest bits of magic lore we have gotten so far. Because before, you know, they have their sex, you know, Feyre's dirty from the journey. Rhysand magics it away. And then he's like, no, you still have to bathe. Because even though I used magic to remove the dirt, the essence of the dirt remains. Feyre's like, oh yeah, I can feel it. And that makes me ask, did you just make the dirt invisible? What did you actually do? Can magic not clean things?
the soul of the dirt stayed.
Like, you can turn things to dust with your super cool magic rice, and couldn't you, like, remove grime? Is this too difficult?
It's also, like,
incredible.
I don't know how he
so
found
funny.
this. You also got to consider how he learned this skill or found it out. Is it, like, because it's not, the magic does not, well, except for the King of Hybern's magic for whatever reason, and the witches, which they mentioned, like, once, the magic doesn't really work throughout, like, spells or anything, right? Instead, it's very instinctual. So at some part, Rhysand must have been like, oh, I can whisk away dirt, but must have realized that he's not really good at it. He can still feel it. He still stinks, you know? People still think his skin is oily, so he has to go and take a shower anyways.
I like the idea that he tried and just ended up creating an illusion that the dirt is gone.
And he was like, fine.
And then he was like, I guess this is all you can do. And other people can remove dirt. He just never progressed. He's just stuck at this. I like that idea.
That would be so
He's
funny.
bad at it, yeah. But no, that was my favorite, like, lore thing that just randomly got dropped. The essence of dirt remains.
I forgot that.
Yes.
You know? You don't even have to, if you still want to have the hot tub scene, you could have just said something along the lines of, it will be nice for your muscles and you feel better afterwards. You know, that would have been fine. Again, it would have saved us half a page of text. If we go through the book this way, we would be able to, you know, like, really cut down on a lot of stuff. One more thing that happens before the High Lord meeting, except for these, like, convoluted double scenes.
Yeah, they go to the bone carver. Or did you want to say something else?
Oh, no, then there are more things. They go to the bone carver.
Okay, I was just thinking of that. I was like, yes, it's one thing. But you were like, nah, there's more.
Do they get assaulted in the library before or after the High Lord meeting?
Oh, I think it's before.
And Adriata is attacked as well.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
That is because that is before the High Lord meeting. Because at the meeting,
Tamlin is like, isn't it suspicious that you were there before anyone else? And then Varian is like, yeah, because I sent them an SOS message.
And he's like, they were also the only ones who came. Like, thanks, you know.
Yeah, no, true. Is the library assault? No, the library assault is before that because they're looking up. They want to look stuff up in the library about the cauldron, which I feel like happened before the High Lord meeting.
I think so too, because after the High Lord meeting, it's immediately to war.
No, also because Farah is like, Nesta, run, I'll hold them off, you know? And afterwards, then Nesta's like, why did you do that? And Farah's like, you're my sister, it's the right thing to do. And then Nesta's like, oh, I will share my story. Because it might help people, and it's the right thing to do. Which ultimately has no impact, because nobody gives a shit, but it's the thought that counts. In a better book, her story would have had an impact, but in this one, it doesn't. Because everyone's busy calling each other a bitch and a whore, so.
Which of these three scenes do we want to tackle first?
I think the bone carver's the quickest, because not a lot happens. Yeah. They go back to the prison. The bone carver still looks like her
the
hypothetical future son. I kind of assume it looks like Nesta to Cassian, because Cassian reacts weirdly to it, but that's the only thing I could think of, because there's nobody else important to Cassian who it could be. So I'm like, I don't
remember if it gets mentioned later on.
No,
so
he doesn't say who it is. It's just like
no, I mean like in Silver Flames. You know, I don't remember if they mention it.
But mostly they just go there and are like, we could help you get out of here and you could fight for us. And he's like, I don't care about fighting. He drops the stupid lore about his family, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And then he's like, if you bring me the Ouroboros mirror, which I love because you can see the world with it, and you can manage to get me out of here, then I'll fight for you. I mean, I will fight for you if you give me the mirror, but unless you get me out of here, which I can't do by myself, I can't help you. I will say, in regards to his family, he is
a death god.
They are all three, again, three siblings, death gods. He has a sister and an older brother. It is heavily, at least to me, implied that the older brother is the sorcerer, the evil death guy sorcerer
who
that
keeps the girls.
Imprisoned Vasa, which makes sense because, like, Koshei is known as being, deathless, not dying, being immortal. And he's also related to Legends of the Firebird, which is very funny combination because usually, like, the Firebird is not Vasa. They're two different things in the same myth. But that doesn't matter. But I just love the family of a weird shape-shifting guy set in prison, a woman who is coded as, like, the evil queen from Snow White a little bit because she, like, has a bunch of mirrors in her house and loves being beautiful and, like, leeches the youth and beauty from other people, who lives in a cottage in the woods, and, like, an evil sorcerer king who lives in a castle and imprisons maidens and has, like, the animated, like, Swan Lake thing going on where he has a bunch of girls who are birds during the day but turn back into girls at night. It's the combination. Guy from a real life myth, woman who is also implied to be, like, one of the spiders from Throne of Glass as well. That's, like... Yeah. I looked it up. I googled her because I was like, what even is her deal? And the wiki said she's, related to those because they also, take people's lifetime in exchange for, like, their silk or whatever. Yeah. So it was like, okay, random, like, Throne of Glass reference, and guy who I have no idea what his deal is, who I assume that Sarah J. Maas just thought was cool.
He carves bones.
Classic 3 people siblings,
It's also that the bone carver and Strika are, like,
twins
on Prithian, and Kosha is just fucking elsewhere on the continent.
I'm leaving. Goodbye. I hate the small island. I'm going to the continent to have fun.
Yeah.
It's also weird because then later in the book it mentions that they're twins, like Strika and the bone carver, which I thought he said she was older than him, which...
I don't remember,
I also don't remember, but I'm just like, okay, whatever. And it's just... They're so weird. I don't know what they're doing. I don't see how they fit into any of the existing lore. It's just like, okay, here's random lore for you, and that's all we get. Yeah. He's like, get me a mirror, I just want this... It's not explained what he wants from the mirror either.
No, he just... Well, in the end, he's like... He wanted it because he had no use for the mirror. He just wanted to see if Feyre is worth it,
but
where like I'm just good person.
That just feels stupid to me. Because this is like an ancient, like, creature. What I could, like, see as an explanation is that he obviously appears different to different people. And I think it would be interesting... If he couldn't control it and he wants the Ouroboros mirror because it shows you your true self, so he could be like, okay, what actually am I? Like, I need to know. Yeah. So that would make sense, but being like, yeah, I just wanted to see if you, have got the balls to get this mirror. If you're cool enough to fight for, and then, like, I'm gonna fight for you immediately dies. So that's also great.
It feels especially weird because after the High Lord meeting, the pacing is so fucked up that it feels like an afterthought almost. And because as Sarah J. Maas does her, I'm splitting things up to, like, create some tension and suspense, but it only results in confusion. So the whole payoff of Feyre picking up the bone carver because she made it, like, through the Ouroboros it's not there. It's almost a second, like, you almost disregard it, like, oh right, yeah, she did do that a couple of pages ago. Yeah, I forgot because we did something else, and no, she's at the bone carver picking them up. It's just weird. The overall scene.
I just love that the implication is, like, the bone carver just wanted to send her to radical acceptance mirror therapy and was like, once you made it, I will help you, but I only help people who have accepted who they are. Like, it's just such a weird move, man.
I will only help you if you pay for my self-improvement course. I have to just see that our chakras align.
So, but yeah, that's all there is. And Farah also is like, oh god, we didn't tell Amryn we were going back to the prison, but like, it's not a big deal. Why wouldn't they go back to the prison? Like, Amryn just doesn't want to be back in it, but like, why would it be weird when people who, you know, oversee the prison, it's their job going there to talk to the inmates. Yeah. I also would like to point out that in the second book, this just occurred to me. I also didn't write this in my notes. Farah has like the deal with the bone carver. If she tells him things, she'll get questions. But she told him so much there, and they never came back to ask all the questions she deserves to have after that. Like the trade. Right. They never evened that out.
The bone carver is just that good at making deals.
Yeah, the bone carver is just like, well, you snooze, you lose. You didn't ask, so you don't have them anymore.
And they expire as soon as you leave the prison. So yeah. I get new information. It's the bone cover thing is useless.
And it's also, he becomes so much less cool in this book. In the second one, it was like, oh cool. Yeah. He's like extremely powerful and not a nice person, but we're lucky he's locked in the prison and, you know, will play games with you because he's bored. And you give him a nice bone.
Yeah, he's like this entity in the second book.
And then he's just some dude.
Like literally just some guy.
But yeah, that's all there is. And then what happens first? I think the library attack happens before the summer.
I don't...
Because I feel like the High Lord meeting gets fast-tracked after the attack, because they're like, no, we definitely, absolutely need this meeting.
I think so, too. The library attack, I felt like was interesting, because your interest gets piqued at what is at the bottom of the stairs, and you're like, oh, I want to find out. So Farah going, you know what, downstairs it is such a fun and, like interesting point, and it's one of the scenes where you're like, at least I was like, the first time I read it, I was at the edge of my seat. I was like, oh my god, where are they going? Are the stairs just going to stop? You know,
it's also good because it was set up in the second book. We learned that there's something scary down there in the last book. It's not just something she told us right before. It's like, oh, we knew.
Yeah.
And now we remember that it's like set up.
So it's one of the better scenes in the book, and it feels like one of those scenes that she had in mind before conceptualizing the rest, because I feel like it has the strongest language, sort of, the way that like Nesta's being grabbed by Farah, that they're running down, you know, Farah pleading with Nesta to just run and not look back, whatever, you know, might happen, whatever she hears. I think the original concept for the evil guys, the white and the black raven, was something that she, I assume, wanted to explore more, but at some point she forgot to introduce them. Maybe the twins in the Supreme Court were supposed to be these two guys.
But then she was like, they gotta die, so I need different twins for this.
I gotta make up the incestuous twins.
I think the thing that struck me the most about the twins here was that was the moment where in my brain I was just like, oh, I feel like Hybern as a whole is just like, this feels so video gamey. We have a new Hybern mini boss every few chapters that we get to fight, and we prep for the big final battle. Like, and they're all like quirky. You know, you had the weird incest twins. Now you have the black and white raven thing. Like, it's right. It just feels so funny.
It does feel very gimmicky in a way. It's certainly interesting that she was like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna make these normal foot soldiers, which also makes sense. Like, why would you send off a normal dude after?
It's also funny because like so many characters are described as generals from Hybern that I'm just like, how many do they have of these? Like,
To be
at
honest,
some point, there's enough generals, and you have other ranks you can fill.
I'm not familiar. I think it's the fact is that we don't know anything about the military structures in Hybern.
We don't know
It's
anything about Hybern except the sick-ass bone castle.
Because isn't Cassian also a general?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like the general of the whole army. So it's like, okay, does Cassian have like sub-generals?
I think the ranks underneath have different names. Like there's colonels,
they should,
there's commander, whatever, right?
Right. Battalion
so not
leader,
everyone
stuff,
can be a general.
stuff like that. But if we assume that there's like such an abundance of generals, right, in Hybern, and that you would assume that they have similar like levels of military, because that's just what, at least that's what it's like in our world, right? Regardless of like back in the day, the word for it was there was similar levels in warfare. It's like it's like it's you also, know, it's in like Word when you have to be like Überschrift, like title,
heading,
one,
subheading,
title.
subheading two,
It's just general
general
in italics.
No, but the funniest bit is, which also made it feel so video gamey to me, because then later on we have like the different kinds. We have like a flying commander who fights Cassian. We have like in the big battle scene we have a mage weirdly young looking guy who's fighting Azrael, or like Helion, I think. Who's fighting Helion. Then we have a bunch of other generals standing around waiting to pick who they're gonna fight. Which is just like...
It's like little pair of...
What is happening, man?
There's the small, thin mage man.
We even have like the obligatory stealth mission where Farah is trying to get Elaine out of the Hybern camp.
Yeah, the one you can't brute force. It's truly... It's something, but... The attack on the library, like it's nice done. I
think it works.
It's well done. It works. One of the better parts.
I think, and especially inside the library setting, like what is it called? Briaxis, the monster, is also suitably creepy. It's like, okay, there's something. And it seems like dangerous. Yeah. That's cool. It's like fantasy-ish enough. I like this. And then on the battlefield, it's just like, oh, it's just a mass of shadows and claws. Like everything is, apparently. And it's like, okay. So it's not interesting anymore. But in that scene, it was good.
It's not a monster or something. Yeah.
And
I don't know. I always thought it would be cool if it was like a giant terrestrial, like... What are they called? The fish that have like the little light in front of them?
Oh, yeah, you mean a fucking
what's it called?
Anglerfish.
I don't know why, but I always imagined like an anglerfish Komodo varan that just lives at the bottom of the library.
I love that.
That's I don't know cute. Why.
I would have that as a pet. I'm pro this. I love this.
But yeah, last but not least, we have the Adriata attack.
Yeah.
And this is one of the first times I was like, oh no, this is how it's gonna go. Because Feyre gets put on the sidelines. And it's following the battle becomes very difficult until Moore's like, okay, let's go into the castle and palace. Sorry, let's go into the palace and like... we have to help them there. They're overwhelmed. And then there's some action. We actually see more fight. Oh my god. Like, we've just waited 3 books for it.
She can fight, in fact.
With
still
her
don't know how she's hitting people with truth bombs, but maybe it'll happen someday.
She's like looking at a soldier. She's like, you will shit your pants. And he's like, what? And then suddenly you're like and is the truth. But this scene has, like, this whole thing has one of my favorite quotes. Again, like, the nonsensical way that Sarah J. Maas is writing, which is, after we have the confrontation between Recent and oh no, before, after the palace thing, Feyre and Moore walk through the streets and, like, you know, pick up stragglers. And the way she describes it is, they walk through the felled Highburn soldiers to make sure any survivors ... stopped surviving.
Oh god, I missed that
Like,
one.
that's
incredible.
An actual quote.
Oh,
And I was like,
that's so
no.
good. It's so good bad. I love this. That's so bad.
And then she gets the vision from, like, then she gets the Skype call from Recent and joins him while he fights the King of Highburn.
And then later she meets what's his name, Tarkin, in the big conference room.
In the throne room, or in the room behind the throne room, actually.
Yeah, something like this. She's
I
been
love
there
that
before.
you call them conference rooms, because I think people have, like, very specific aesthetics in their brain that they associate to a conference room. Right.
Because all of them are described with, like, big tables with a bunch of chairs, and I'm always like, yeah, it's a conference room, yeah.
But a conference room is like...
It just has Baroque, you know, decorations around it.
I know, but conference room for me is like, there's another set of tables to the side, some refreshments, water,
there's
coffee,
a whiteboard.
A whiteboard. If you want, we can adjust, like, the projector. We just need to find the right adapter for your PC. We can do it if you want. In the middle of the meeting, somebody will come in from the facilities, like, everything all right? Yeah, need more sugar? No? Okay, fine. Okay, bye.
I think they have one room exactly like this in Valaris, because it's so, you know, modern.
Honestly, that's what I imagined the room to be that they had the meeting in the
Court of Nightmares?
Human City, yeah.
That just would be, like, so, you know, funny.
Just like it black, still has sleek...
It still has the fuck-ass stupid table, but it's otherwise a very normal conference room with just beige walls, terrible, like, you know, the...
And it's, like, it's really bad. Like, the only bit of water is, like, expired, like, 3 expired water bottles on the side. It tastes like plastic already. Anyways...
I was like, I want to imagine Eris, like, chewing on a marker while they're sitting there. No, and Tarkin is like, I didn't know if you were coming to help or join them, and then they leave.
Yeah. I mean,
oh no, Ryson's also like, this is my high lady. She can talk to you however she wants. One of many moments where it's like, I understand that in a patriarchal society, a man will have to defend women and be like, hey, she's actually also important. But there are so many times when Ryson's like, dude, I will kill you if you don't respect my wife, who should be respected by her title alone. And it's like, okay, it's I don't know how respectful her title ends up being when people only take her seriously when Ryson's there to be like, you better respect my wife.
It's weird. It's super weird. Yeah, it feels like foreshadowing to the High Lord meeting, actually.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. And then they leave, and I think, is that the part where... No, I think that's later. That's after another battle, where Fair's like, I worshipped him, and the growls of pleasure filled the tent, drowning out the distant cries of the injured and dying.
That's later.
Yeah. It's such a classic quote. I know why people make fun of it online all the time. It's such a classic.
At least I think it's later. I wrote down the chapters, and the one with the felled soldiers is chapter 36, and the growls of pleasure filled the tent is 39.
Okay. But that's not that far apart.
It's before the meeting, right?
No, right. It's before the meeting. Because I do have a note on, especially a quote on the meeting, which is very funny.
Yeah, I just saw that as well.
So that, like, what a quote. What a classic Sarah J. Maas quote. I understand why people make fun of it all the time. It's just, why would you mention the cries of the dying and injured while you're describing her giving him a blowjob? Like, is this the appropriate time for this?
I like the second part of it as well. It's life and death, hovering so close, whispering in our ears. It's like as if they were right against a tent wall, and there's a tent nearby, and there's like a dude dying, right? And like they have like 30 centimeters of space between them and two tent walls, and he's like, I'm dying. While Risa
No,
gets it.
you know what I was thinking? Because it was like, oh, life and death, and I was flashing back to the prologue, and I was like, are there flies in your tent? Is this the implication?
Well, wouldn't that have been poetic? But she's not remembering what she wrote in the prologue.
I was like, how many,
swat
how
it
many
away.
mosquitoes are there? You're next to the sea, there's a lot of water. I bet there's like mosquito season in the summer court all the time.
I was also, maybe this is a bit crude on my side, but I was like, life and death? Like, I get that sex is like a life rejoicing moment, but that's not where his shooters go.
I was about to say, is the contraception so bad that this is the moment where but she's giving him a blowjob. They're not even fucking.
That's why they go down the drain. So there's no life here.
His life is getting extinguished in the beautiful, acid in your
workings.
stomach. You don't have to worry about that.
They also whisper in their
a lot of death is happening. Yeah, a lot of small death as well.
But yeah, and,
no,
it's just
the attack is just. Yeah. I also just, it feels kind of weird. Like, I know Amren and Varian are set up as like, oh, they're so in love.
Yeah.
But all we saw of them in the second book is that he was super suspicious of her and didn't trust her and thought she was too dangerous to leave unattended. So the fact that they're having some sort of romance is... Because the second book felt more like it implied there was sexual tension, not that they cared about each other.
Yeah, not
but
like
now
that.
this book is like, no, they're in love. You don't understand. And I don't
Just
understand.
so weird.
You're right. I do not understand. I'm bamboozled.
Very bamboozled. Because it progresses so fast. It doesn't feel like people in lust that are falling in love. Yeah. It feels like everything has already happened and now they get married. Like, sort of, in a way. But yeah,
first base is sex and laying your life down for the person at the same time. It's...
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, no, I also...
Taxes together is base 2.
There was this one part of where they go into the palace to defend the Lesser Fae, where Fair is like, oh, the guys who did more than just slaughter the Lesser Fae, those died slower. And I'm just like, this is an active invasion right now. First off, weird to kill all the servants, because if you want to take over this place, you probably don't have that many servants yourself.
Like, the servants are what you go after.
Second part, you're during the active invasion. This is not the place to start torturing and raping people. That happens afterwards. Like, not during the height of battle. The implication that Hybern soldiers are all like these degenerates who just torture and rape people all the time because they can't help themselves is so stupid. I'm just like, what are they doing, man? What are you implying here?
Yeah. I wonder if she meant that the deaths weren't clean. Like, it wasn't precise strikes to the throat or pierced in the heart or whatever, but dying slow in terms of a very uncomfortable stab into the gut or something. But you wouldn't just stab people and then in the gut and then continue running. You want to make sure they are dead, right? Because they are still Lesser Fae.
And also, they also said, oh, we left some knives with the Lesser Fae so they could, torture them. And after we left, we heard the screams down the corridor. And I'm just like, okay,
the screams of the dying.
Why is this happening? Like, I feel like Sarah J. Maas is very happy to let the good guys torture people, and it's like, torture is really bad. Torture makes your character look bad. It's just a very terrible thing to do, which doesn't really have any upsides except you feel better hurting people because you're mad. it doesn't feel like a thing your good guys should be pro, is all I'm saying, you know? It's
like, if you think back to like the good olden days, even then torture was like frowned upon, because it's like, you just don't do that. Like, there's a certain chivalry you have.
There's a
while
decorum
waging war.
you're supposed to follow. You wouldn't just torture random soldiers. It just wasn't. It's off-putting. It makes your allies look at you and go, "You're a fucking freak. What is wrong with you?" But this book's like, no, people love torture. Everyone's torturing people all the time. They love it. It's great.
It's certainly something.
But yeah, no, that part, I was just like, okay, cool. Also love that the lesser Fae are also all like, you know what? It's not that we're worried for our safety and going to kill these people. No, we're going to torture them back because we need to. Cool.
Got nothing else to do, I guess.
Torture. Yeah, I guess that's true. But yeah, no, the attack is so boring. And also, I don't know, but Rhys and his conversation with the King of Hybern,
Slay.
where he doesn't clock that this guy's a hologram for
Slay.
most of it, is so embarrassing. It has the same energy as in the second book where he's like, I accidentally, like, killed all the guards instead of mind controlling them to forget I was there. Sorry. I just forgot I could do that. Man, like, what the fuck? I think Summer's bad for his brain, I think.
It's his frat boy energy comes out in Summer. You know, he starts hearing Vamos a la Playa in the background of his brain, and he just can't stop himself. He goes,
he's like,
oh shit, I'm supposed to be fighting. He's a bottle boy, you know, on a yacht, actually.
No, it's just I'm just like, really, Rysand, you didn't clock that he was not really there? Are you fucking stupid?
It's just, that's why I said, to me, the King of Hybern has more drip and, like, aura. than Rhysand. Because at least he's, like, a fun villain who has a little bit of quirky strategy in his funny little bones. You know?
And, you know, he's a man who loves to read. That's also sexy, I guess. You know,
educated. He's
inventing spells. He's doing magic no one else understands. That's like, you know, that's a smart guy. I mean, the slavery is kind of a downside, but otherwise, you know, whole package. He's average sized.
The thing is, like, why would you make this such a huge thing that he has these spells and he's such a spell master, but at no point are these spells an actual hurdle. Like, it's always like, oh no, we gotta make sure he must have spells. But it's like, oh yeah, we already have a mechanism or tool to circumvent these spells. So we just gotta remember that he has them.
The thing is also, though, that when they're like, he has spells so he can do magic no one understands, and the reader's just like, Sarah, you didn't explain magic to us. We understand none of the magic. This isn't special. We don't know what's going on. You
don't
forgot
understand
to
your
tell
magic
us.
Either. Yeah.
You forgot
totally
to world build. We don't know magic either. Like, do we know how powers work? No. People just blast them. Blast here, blast there. I love a guy with spells. How do the spells work? We don't fucking know, man. We don't fucking know.
I feel like if you have read Throne of Glass, the series, if you assume that it's the same sort of magic, through Aylin's experience, we can kind of guess how powers work in terms of, like, how to tunnel into them and such. But that doesn't really, like, it doesn't really get explained a lot in Throne of Glass either, and it gets explained even less in ACOTAR. So it's like, let's just accept that you can point your finger.
Yeah, no, mostly it's just like, either people blast it from their whole body, they point their finger, or they're making a shield. This is what I understand people can do.
And in Tamlin's case, he can shapeshift, which is like.
But all High Lords can shapeshift. All have like a secondary form.
Yeah, but
Rysand
not
has his like monster form, and I think it's cute that he's like twinsies with Helion, because they have like matching forms, just one in light, one in dark. I think that's cute. It's like, oh, bros. Which again makes you feel a little bad for what's his name, Thiessen. Because does he have a matching form as well, or is he just left out of, like, the fun Solar Court shenanigans,
like, The Dusk Court did exist, but,
I don't know if she knew this when she was writing ACOWAR. Frankly...
Me neither.
At
the point of ACOWAR, I could already assume maybe. That it was already in the back of her mind.
But she didn't know the lore behind... what happened with all the like dimension travel and
no
I don't even think she knew what like what are they called, the dread troves that Nesta is looking for. She didn't know about this in this book either. No way, man, no way.
I have no idea. I could imagine that she like started to conceptualize stuff already, but
then it would have been in this book. Sorry, but like this book has so much garbage that's just randomly thrown in. I don't think it would not be in here. Because who would have stopped her?
The page count. At some point you can't continue writing.
She just forgot while she was writing, and that's why these things aren't in here yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, the attack is the first glimpse we get into how terrible all the fighting will be, which is great because a lot of the second half of the book is war, so that's great. Excited for that. And then we finally get the High Lord meeting.
The fucking High Lord meeting. For those of you who do not follow us on Goodreads, shame on you, first of all. Second of all, I track the books by percentage when I read them on my e-reader, because a lot of times the page count on the e-reader does not comply with whatever's in the
physical
paper
book,
books. Yeah, physical copies. Nearly 10% of the book is the High Lord meeting, if we count from the beginning to they leave because they get attacked there, or because the cold run. Like, that's nearly 10%. I think it went from 66 to 76 or something like that, which is insane. I have so much beef with the High Lord meeting. I can't even comprehend where to start. I think... I'm at a loss for words. First of all, the way that they all meet, right? Everybody dresses up all cute and nice, and it's like, okay... I can see the vision. And then we go and we're like, okay, we're gonna meet at one of the more like less conspicuous courts. The Dawn Court has not been problematic at all. They're just gay birdmen, so whatever. And do you want to say something?
I just want to point out that the Dawn Court is very Asian coded. Thiessen himself has Asian ancestry, and I was just struck by the thought while reading, is it because the East is called the Orient, and that's why we're coding the Dawn Court as people from the Orient, because it's the place where the sun rises?
Honestly, I can see it. She could. Honestly, I see.
It's
Sarah
just
J.
so
Maas
funny to me. While reading, I was just like, wait, this is so stupid and might as well be true. It could be.
And they go there. They meet in this beautiful room, absolute banger. There's like a little koi pond in there, beautiful chairs. They are just. Everybody is like, oh my god, the architecture in here is divine. You actually used your powers for good, made your people smart, and now they can survive without any additional powers because they just make little machines. Which is also insane. The Dawn Court has like steampunk level magical like industry. And the others are like, still heating their water with a bit of fire and wood.
I mean, Valaris has like modern tech. They have modern...
That's true.
I mean, at least they have modern
stadium.
restaurants. I don't know. Like, they don't have cell phones, I presume. That'd be too silly. But
yeah. Well, they don't need them because they just speak through their mind and send dick pics through brain power. They just meet, and then we have the night court, the dawn court, the day court, and the winter court, and later the rest of the courts arrive. But those are like the
boys that are waiting for them.
Yes, and the wife of the winter court, Vivienne, she has this whole backstory, this whole thing in Sarah J. Maas's mind of her heroics and like great deeds that she did, which, like, I'm not saying this to make fun of this character, but like she has like a true history, and you're like, oh, okay, this is like an amazing person, and they did she behaves like a 10-year-old, 11-year-old person. She, which makes me look at the Winter High Lord, and for a moment I was like, you fucking perv, because it felt like he was together with a teenager. She sticks out her tongue. She screams as soon as she sees Moore. She's ridiculously...
The thing is, Moore also starts squealing.
Moore
also like sticks out her tongue at people. Everyone's giving each other filthy gestures.
And you know what one of the quotes was that I was wrote down, like not a, it's the wording. There's this whole catching up, because so you as the reader kind of get to know something about these people, and we find out that about their history, and that Vivienne and Callias, I think is his name, are also mates. And Moore is like, oh my god, you're gonna tell me everything. And then Vivienne is like, oh, like we told each other that we love each other, and then he went under the mountain, and when he came back during the what, the band stepped into place. And it's like, okay, she doesn't want to say the word sex, which is like appropriate, right? You're at the High Lord meeting, only for them then to proceed to explain the details in such so extensively that at some point the other High Lords get uncomfortable, and Callias is like, oh my god, can you not do this? Which is like, it's said in a sentence of like, oh, it's got so inappropriate that at some point they had to stop and start the meeting.
It's also, while this is happening, Callias and Raisin have a bonding moment where they look at each other and not literally, but basically go, women, am I right, to each other. That's the energy. I
sent the quote to you because I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah,
let
you
me
did.
Find this.
It's so
Rhys looked to Callias with what I assumed was some sort of long-suffering male expression.
Women, am I right? It's... Oh.
Yeah, because right before, Vivienne gave them both a vulgar gesture that made me instantly like her, and it made me instantly dislike her. And I saw that.
Everyone behaves like children at this extremely loaded political summit. It's kind of crazy.
Just imagine. I don't know how it goes if other people do this with their countries, but sometimes out of fun I watch the live Bundestagsübertragungen. Because sometimes it's kind of fun whenever it's like a very charged event where you know that most of the people are going to be present. That's the most fun to watch.
Yeah, those are the interesting ones.
And those are already like they're like screaming at each other left and right. There's constantly like a let the speaker speak, or speaker, your time is up, fucking leave please. This is already unhinged, if you think about it. Like, right? It's like, oh my god, these are my politicians. What the fuck are they doing?
It's not as unhinged as it used to be, where there was violence on the floor. That
is true. No shoes are flying. No shoes. No fists. But, and you would expect that kind of energy. Maybe a similar like the meeting that they had with Kier and Eris, right?
Yeah. Like, it's a little bit more personal because they're not representing parties and stuff, but they're, they know each other, but it's still, they're the rulers of their respective, basically, mini countries,
Yeah. They have to take
They
care
should have
of
some
their
decorum.
subjects.
But no! None of these people have decorum. Like, honestly, the only one I can low-key respect is Baron, because he doesn't behave like a child, because Sarah J. Maas is casting him as the grouchy old man who you should hate. But at least he's not, making sex jokes.
At least he keeps to himself in that regard.
Yeah.
It's just... It's also because they are responsible for... They're so concerned with everybody and all the people. But it doesn't come through that they are concerned for the people living in their country. No. They are responsible for each of these courts. They are responsible for each of the lesser fae and who live... and animals and whatever who live in their courts. But their behavior doesn't reflect that. Baron's does. Baron is like, we're underground... I don't see reason why I should help you. Juggling the statistics. But
which I think is stupid, but at least he's behaving like,
it's stupid because it's like, well, at some point they're gonna knock at your door. Like,
I was about to say, like, casting him as a guy, like, he should be the first one who's like, listen, this guy is known for being vindictive. I fought personally in the last war and helped beat him. He definitely has beef with me. I am joining, but I don't respect any of you people. But, like, at least he behaves like an adult who's there to discuss logistics and a war, and he's not like everyone else who's like, wow, your dick is small, and you're a whore.
And the funny, dumb thing is that before the meeting starts, the Night Court people, they're like, want to make bets who's starting to fight and how early the fight starts. And then they are the ones starting the fight.
It is so embarrassing. It's already really embarrassing in the meeting with Kier and Eris, but it gets so much more here, where you watch these people who are supposedly centuries old and have been in politics for most of that time.
Yeah.
And they all react violently to even the most juvenile, unpersonal insults. Somebody's like, haha, Moore is, a whore, and Azriel flies off the handle as if she hasn't been told this hundreds of thousands of times over the years, and everyone there should be used to it. They all react super obviously. Everyone's always like, she looked hurt, she looked angry. Do none of you have a poker
stop
face?
Shaking.
What do you mean, babies?
Yeah.
Like, have you not all been insulted before? Why are you all immediately jumping to physical violence? I'm embarrassed. This is embarrassing. Cringe. There is no other word for it. This makes me cringe.
I was reading that and I thought, like, the most appropriate reactions were from the Dawn Court, from Thiessen, because his bodyguard lover, whatever, was like, getting ready. He didn't do anything yet. He didn't pull a Cassian or Azriel. He was like, I'm gonna get you out of here, baby. In
He's
case,
like, I'm jumping in front of you the moment any of these people move in your direction. I am ready.
Yeah.
But he knows it's a delicate situation, so he doesn't jump in front of him right now, because that would escalate things. He's just like, these people are all crazy. I will protect you, because that's my job, but we're waiting.
And then we have Helion, who's also, I think, the most well-adjusted. Because when Tamlin comes in and, like, throws the documents on the table, because he's like, I was, double spying, these are the movements and the camps and everything. Helion is the first and only person to even think about the fact that they could look at those documents. He's like, oh, thank you for this new evidence
and
that
he's
you
like,
have
I'm a
presented.
magic copy machine. Let me make a copy for each of you. It's so funny.
Yeah, disregarding that funny fact, it's like, but he
behaves like
okay.
an adult. He's like, okay, yeah, let's look at these documents. Let's take this seriously.
Yeah.
All the while.
And then Thiessen is like, oh, we have anti-Fey-Bane powder, you know. It's like, we've been hustling, we've been working, we've been, like, doing things for this war. And then we have Tamlin.
Yeah.
Recent.
You have Tamlin and Rysand and Pharaoh who are just like, we hate you, I hate you, you know, she was my girl first. And then, you know, being like, oh, why would I want used goods? And the worst of all being like, oh, what was it exactly? Do you know that little noise she makes right before she comes? And it's just like, okay, Tamlin, you're 500 years old, for the record, but also...
Yeah, but that was the first sex he got in those 500 years.
No! He got laid with Lucian all the time. We discussed this. Their bachelor pad.
And then during Cal and Mai, he also
that's true.
Gets wild.
He had contractually obligated sex in his High Lord.
It's like Grimm.
Job description. You know? Oh my god. No, but really, especially because he's, at least for a big part, not completely, but for a big part, he's convinced that Rysand has brainwashed her. So why would you be attacking Farah, the victim from your perspective, and not making weird comments about Rysand instead? Like, why are you antagonizing the woman you think is the victim in here? It makes him look so bad.
Yeah, because it's the slut shaming. Because, I mean, he does have these, like, the extent of information he has is the one he gets from the King of Hybern, right? And I could imagine that it's skewed in a certain perspective. And also, it's like, oh, he lost his girl again, you know, and now she's a high lady. And
yeah, and also she burnt his house down before she left.
Burnt his house down, took his favorite friend, you know, all that kind of stuff.
But it's so juvenile, especially in public. Especially at this kind of event. It makes him look so bad.
You do look at him and wonder what is going on in his head.
You also wonder if he's just one of those nice guys, you know? He was nice while he had access to the pussy. But now that his access has been revoked...
He'd be like, you're ugly anyways. You know?
Right? You're used goods. And it's like, she was used goods before she came to you. She's had sex before. She was not a virginal little flower.
Whatever. Dude's fucking weird. I thought it was certainly a decision.
The crazy part is they barely discuss anything regarding the war.
Yeah, no.
Then you have Eris insulting Moore, which, or is it Baron even? And then Azriel attacks.
It's
them,
Baron. Eris is side eyeing him. He's like, we shouldn't do this because he's like, you know, they are
actually
now my
he's
allies.
A good guy deep down. Don't worry, he's gonna have a redemption arc soon. Or he doesn't even need a redemption because he's been a good guy all along.
Yeah. I totally.
And then Farah does the whole, oh, only I can tame this feral dog. People will think I'm more powerful now. Stop. And the thing is also that no one takes her seriously also.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because also, I mean, mostly probably because Sarah J. Maas didn't really think about what it really would mean for there to be a high lady. But I think mostly, I mean, it doesn't really make sense from an in-world perspective that there haven't been high ladies before, because it's the cauldron that chooses who becomes the next High Lord. So wouldn't there also be some that have children where there's a girl who has the most magic, just, you know, because variation happens.
Yeah. And
then, you know, the magic chooses and you have to do that. But whatever, maybe they all just have sons Maybe there are no girls, who knows. But I think the weirder part is the, like, co-rulership thing, where everyone's like, well, you're already the boss. What's her job?
Yeah. It's like, are you gonna have ministers now?
Is he, like, okay, she's High Lady, but what does that even mean? The best part on that part was actually when Pharaoh was like, I dressed up, I was dressed to impress, but the description from her is, if Rysand was the night, I was the star that shone brightly because of him. Where it's just like, okay, so without him, you don't shine, so you don't actually have independent power, so you do need him. But he doesn't need you. Cool, good symbolism. Congrats, Sarah.
That was also one of the parts where I was like, on the one hand, I don't think you're using the words you want to use to, like, get across what you want to get across. And second of all, that was one of the parts where her repetitive writing in one moment was very, like, obvious, because she does this, and it was the symbolism of light and day, and I also had a tiara, but, like, there was the symbolism of him being the night and me being the day, and also he was wearing a black suit, and there was the symbolism. She does this like 3 or 4 times.
Flashback to the very cool cave full of jewelry that the Night Court has amassed. Don't worry about the jewelry, where the jewelry come from. I'm sure it was all, like, very legal, and don't worry about it. And I picked the most beautiful tiara that spoke to me.
And it's like, we could have, again, saved one whole page if you had done the repetition once.
It's also just her being dressed in, like, her light sparkly starfall dress. It's also just like, you're High Lady of the Night Court, you do have, like, aesthetics to follow. The really upsetting part was that for the second day she was dressed in a dark dress, where I was like, okay, should Rysand now be wearing the sparkly star outfit? Shouldn't he now be prancing around in a jewel encrusted suit?
I get the
with
stars
a little tiara
because the stars are in the night and stuff, but I feel like Nesta's wardrobe is more Night Court because she wears a lot of dark dresses that sometimes have shimmer because of the fabric itself, or have, like, some stuff on them. Nesta is more appropriately dressed as High Lady of the Night Court than Feyre. Feyre is dressed like a queen, just a queen of the courts.
Where I'm just like, maybe Feyre shouldn't be coded as, like, the Night Court lady, but as somebody who has influence in all courts, because she has part of every High Lord, kind of like an important part about her. Let's not talk about though. Not a theme Sarah cares about. Sarah's just like, no, Feyre needs to be the High Lady of the Night Court, because that's the sexiest court, because it's in Scotland.
And I fucking hated the comment that Vivienne drops where she's like, turns pouchily to Callias and is like, why am I not High Lady?
It's just like, character. You've never thought of this before. But also, it really is just like, she's so... What is this character? Why is she here?
I don't know.
This meeting, man, okay, one really funny bit also was that no one thought Tamlin would come, so there wasn't even a chair for him. And then they don't even, like, conjure a chair with magic when he arrives.
Yeah.
Somebody has to go and physically carry in a chair for him. So funny.
It is really funny because it also makes you question, like, okay, this council chamber, what kind of chairs do they have? Because you'd assume it'd be, like, nice, solid, heavy chairs, right? So is this one guy struggling? Is he just a fae and really strong, and that's why he can just carry the chair? Is it, like, a special Dawn Court chair that's made to be hollow inside, so you can just easily drag it?
It's just incredible. Like, the whole scene where somebody has to physically go and get a chair.
The weight.
Comedy.
Imagine the
unintentional,
couple of... Even if the chairs were, like, stacked on the side, like in a conference room, Imagine the Fellowship of the Ring. They're, with the elves. They have their council, and
Someone
was like, "Oh, we actually didn't know we'd be taking there'd be this ranger dude. Gandalf kind of just brought him. Do we need another chair?" And Elrond has to like send off an elf to get like one of these nice marble chairs.
But the even funnier bit is that Tamlin gets situated between two people, so you have to imagine all of them shuffling their chairs around to make space for him.
Or they had better. Like a comically large space between them. So if Tamlin sits there, it's like not uncomfortable, it's just uneven all around, but like they were just screaming at each other over this table and pond.
And it's like, theoretically, everything is evenly distributed, but Tamlin's all alone, and everyone else has a bunch of people around them. So it looks way more space between him and everyone else, because he has no friends with him. Oh, man.
Yeah, no, the meeting is the moment of like no return. Like, since we love video game metaphors, allegories this much today, it'd be like, before you walk into the room, you'd get like a warning, which is like, some quests will be unavailable once you enter this area. This is a point of no return. The story will progress until the end. And you're like, okay, let's go. And then it's another 8 hours of main quest.
I love that you kept saying point of no return, because in my brain it just plays Phantom of the Opera. This is the point of no return.
Honestly, less of a drama than what just happened in that conference room.
More serious. Much more serious story than whatever's happening in that meeting. And then we're through the dumbass meeting.
Oh, thank
God. And we get them hanging out with Helion. And then we find out Helion, who's been kind of a dick, is actually way nicer, and he's just pretending to be a dick. And his
dick has been places.
Many places. One of which is the Autumn Court lady. And
his dick will be places.
More. But the funniest bit there is that we get the backstory of when Helion was sleeping with her, and he was like,
yeah.
And Farah hearing this is like, wow, she was about to be married to Baron when she was 20, barely an adult. And I'm just, Farah,
like,
you're
girl,
20.
Look at the mirror.
What do you mean? Just barely not a child anymore. Do you think like this of yourself too? What are you talking about? This is
insane.
Well, we forgot to mention the absolute comedy of Lucian being the only person with a last name. This was so fucking stupid.
He's not even there, and they're like, Mansara? What?
Everyone made fun of this online as well when it came out, even fans, because so far no character has ever gotten a last name, at least of the fairies.
Yeah, none of the fae.
But then, randomly, everyone's like, yeah, his last name's Vansara. Do you not know this? Everyone knows this. And Farah's just like, you people have last names here?
What is my last name? I just married a dude. Am I still Archeron? What is
Yes,
this?
Feminism. She gets to keep her name. No, but really, that one, that I forgot that this, it's
so stupid.
Another thing an editor would have been like, can we just leave this out? It makes no sense.
Because it adds nothing.
It adds nothing at all, and it's there for no reason. I think because Sarah, while writing, thought it was a funny bit to then be like, haha, he has a last name, isn't that funny? It's like, no, it's not.
It implies that the Autumn Court is the only court with a last name. It's like, maybe it's something only the Autumn Court people do. It's like, they're like, you don't have family names and like names to assign to groups of people who are close, and the other courts are like, no. We just number our people in the history records. This is Helion the 18th.
Bold of you to assume they keep records. No, I guess the day court has like libraries, right? Helion has like the big libraries or whatever.
I mean, Yeah,
Every High
like,
Lord gets assigned a random thing to have.
Yeah, but Recent also has a library.
Yeah, but it's not
And
as cool. It's not
and a
as big,
football,
I think.
yeah. Right, he has the sports stadium.
He should have at least two, so whatever teams are playing each other, each has a home, training.
Yeah, like a like a home game and an Auslandsspiel. Yeah. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
I will never forget.
The meeting happens. The meeting is done. They have the Helion hangout in the middle of the night. Feyre and Recent need to like make up like a shield so they don't keep on hearing Helion and Moore having sex in the room next to them. And then next morning during breakfast, Nesta is unwell and she's like, no, I don't know, I'm feeling weird. And everybody takes this, thank God, everybody takes this serious. Everybody's like, let us check on all possible venues that we have, just but they don't notice anything, so they're like, okay, not another Hybern attack until boom boom, Feyre now feels it too, and da-da. I think this is the last chapter of the second like part. The wall has fallen. Hybern has progressed and is starting to fuck with us hard, and then the
rest was foreplay.
Yeah, the rest was just well-placed foreplay by our medium height short king. And then the actual war starts, and at this point my spirits were leaving me. I have to be completely
You remembered
honest.
that it was gonna get bad.
I was like, I can't do this anymore. The heat was starting to start in Germany. The summer was like getting I was not having a good time mentally and physically reading this last third of the book. So I don't have like the distinct timeline, because what is so confusing about this last part is that Sarah J. Maas tries to do like battle movements and battalion here and half of an army there, and we have like, the cavalry, the Darkbringers. I don't know what they're riding, but they're being called the cavalry. We have the air support, the Illyrians and the Peregrines, and we have some ships from the Summer Court, and there's this shifting around of armies across the continent depending on where Hybern is like attacking.
Yeah.
And then each of these battles is fucking boring because they never let Feyre participate in the battle, but they always put her on some sort of hill.
Yeah.
To look.
That part's extremely dumb. It's
and then and then you get like, oh, and at this part of the battle suddenly there was a blue like burst of magic, which is like, okay, I think Azriel's siphons are blue.
Yeah.
And then, over there's some red. It's like, Cassian's still alive because his siphons also still work.
I also love the idea that no one else has red and blue magic. It's just those two.
Like, what the fuck? How many siphon colors do they have? Do they have like Pantone colors? And then, like the ones that are too close aren't allowed to fight in the same battalion because you wouldn't know who has died. So always switching out.
God, can you imagine? And then they're all named like beautiful like names, It's like, mine's spring green and yours is peppermint green. We can't fight on the same battlefield.
And mine's called fresh onion dew.
Yeah.
But we have these super annoying, boring battles. And then I think this happens before Elaine gets kidnapped. When
Elaine's kidnapping is really late, actually.
Yeah, Feyre is like, I need to do something. I need to like do stuff. And Moore is really during one of these battles. Moore is like, I should be down. Moore is also not fighting. Moore's like, I should be down there with them.
Feyre.
And Nesta, yeah. And Moore's like, and Feyre's like, no, Moore, you should go. And Moore's like, okay, I trust you, take care of each other. Then she leaves. And then Feyre looks at Nesta and is like, she's fine. And and also leaves. Like, she's leaving her sister alone in a war zone and is like,
she's on a
nothing will
hill.
happen.
It's fine.
Yeah, she's on it. And then Feyre runs off, tries to find the Suriel. She does find the Suriel. They have a little bit of a talk and talk. Suriel again is like, oh yeah, you should.
Doesn't she even use Elaine to be like, hey, where can I find the Suriel?
I don't remember. But she is like, yeah, Elaine tracks the Suriel. It's like, oh, the Suriel is in like the middle of the map in like the uncharted waters, you know. And then there's Ianthe with, I think, a couple of other soldiers.
Yeah, a couple of Hybern goons to support her. Another mini-boss for Feyre to deal with.
Some cronies. And they, shoot the Suriel. And Feyre's like, no, the Suriel is dying.
Not
and
my
the Suriel's
bestie.
like, run, baby girl, run. And Feyre's like, the Suriel was a dreamer too. And then Feyre does run. And because she's like, I'm in the middle of the map, and very conveniently, thankfully, I'm close to the hut that the Weaver lives in. So Feyre runs in there, and the Weaver's like, "Oh, Feyre,
who the fuck are you?
Like, are you gonna
what are you doing in my house
again? Yeah, what are you doing in my house?" And then
I'm gonna eat ya.
Feyre doesn't let the door close.
She learned from the last time where the door closed in on her, and she was like, nah, not happening again.
Not this time. And she like hides behind the door and like holds it open, and then Ianthe and the guards run in after her, and then very quickly she like goes around the door and lets it fall closed.
It's like a real Charlie Chaplin sequence of events, quite frankly.
Yeah. But I was like, honestly, I was impressed.
No,
it
was
Feyre?
good. It was like a nice reuse of like the Weaver and
I felt that felt, again, because it was set up in a previous book, that one felt, or not set up, but the Weaver was introduced.
Right,
like,
it didn't feel as random. And she already noticed that she was near the Weaver when she arrived, before it became relevant. So then it was like, oh, yeah, we could also come up with this idea. And it feels less, oh, she's just doing whatever.
Yeah. And you knew what to expect. You're not like, who is she luring these people into? And she's like, oh, she's going for the Weaver. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And then she just lets Ianthe get killed. She runs back to the Suriel. Suriel is dead. She cannot save him. Them, Icon. And then Helion is there, who saves Feyre. And he's like, Feyre, darling.
Feyre, I'm taking you back to your husband.
I was like, is he gonna try and, once with the High Lady? Maybe it works again.
I mean, while they're talking to him, Ryson's like, oh, how would you feel with two men worshipping you? And Feyre was like, I'm kind of into this.
Which is so, why are you talking about this in that moment?
Why are you doing this while you're talking to the guy? Can't you do this afterwards? Is this not just inappropriate?
Yeah, it feels weird. And then they go back, she goes back, and then we have one of the most infuriating conversations in the whole book. So everybody was so worried for Feyre, because she was just gone. Nasta hadn't noticed. Moore had left her alone with the promise of staying in place and staying put and not doing anything. And then, everybody's like, hey, and Rhysand's even like, I'm not trying to tell you that you're not allowed to go anywhere, but we have a mental mind connection. It'd be nice the next time
you to tell people
me
what you're doing. We're in a war. If you just disappear, anything could have happened to you.
Yeah. And what if you had just fallen over, hit your head and died? We wouldn't have known, and we might have thought that you got imprisoned by Hybern or whatever and started a full frontal assault, whatever. And then Moore is really pissed with Feyre, which understandably so. And then Feyre, she's like, you can't lie to me about this. This is not nice. I'm your friend. This. Besides the fact that
I trust you, and in this situation,
And then Feyre says, "Oh, Like the lies you tell to yourself.
No, she's like, oh, the way you've been
like
lying
that.
to all of us your
Yeah, or something
entire
like
life
that.
or whatever. And it's just like, Farah,
Because you're being so truthful. It's like,
yeah, no,
what?
and Farah's
Oh my
like,
God.
oh, you haven't, made it clear with Azrael why you won't fuck him. What's that about? And why would you sleep with Helion if you felt worse afterwards? Why would you do that? You never told anyone. And it's like, well, Farah, maybe it's nobody's business, eh? But also, what the fuck kind of answer is this to somebody saying, hey, you need to tell someone where you're going and not lie to them about where you're gonna be in a war?
And the worst thing is the conclusion to this conversation. They part like not amicably. They're just storming out, right? Moore is like, fuck you. And then in the end, Moore is the first person to go to Feyre and be like, hey, I'm sorry. These are the things, and, like my sexuality and blah and ha and like they have this conversation. And Feyre's like, yeah, I shouldn't have lashed out either. And Moore's like, no, Feyre, you don't understand. I was tormented by my own, closetness. And I was like, you have nothing to apologize for, girlie.
It's just like, what every queer person needs? A straight person who calls them a lying little bitch, who they then can lay bare their identity to, who's then like, oh, I'm such an ally, I won't even tell my husband this, even though, like, I could. Yes. And Moore's like, oh, thank you, as if this isn't, like, basic courtesy. It's an insane series of events, and incredible. Thank you, Sarah J. Maas. What a diversity win for all included.
It was insane. Especially because, like, a large part of Moore's, like, coming to terms with her sexuality and all that is about her not wanting Azriel to be sad.
The whole
it's like,
thing
but he would expect me
so
to
weird.
put out. It's like, what? This is not about Azriel. This is about you.
It really is also just like, is he really your friend if he would be that upset if you slept with him once or whatever and then didn't want to connect? Come on. It's also, like, quite frankly, maybe I'm just not romantic enough to get it, but I feel like after a few hundred years, you would stop being hung up over somebody who's clearly never going to give you the time of day, especially if you're friends, right? If you see them sleeping with other people and actively sleeping with people whenever you think you might have a chance or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, obviously they're letting you down easy. They don't want to talk about it because it's awkward, but they're clearly not interested.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like what could happen is like this thing of, I know this person is never gonna get with me. I have no desire to be with any other person, so I'm just not gonna do anything. But there, at some point, you gotta accept
And it's been so long, like it's not just like a few years, it's hundreds of years. This whole clique of people feels so juvenile because they all have the kind of hang-ups you expect from people in their early 20s and 30s or whatever, but not from people who've known each other for so long.
Yeah. And it's not like they are like, oh, we perceive time differently and, what are just a couple decades in the life of like half a century, like, no, half a millennia old dude, whatever, right? They clearly are able to recall the smallest minute things, and a year to them feels like a year. So it's not like you could be like, oh, well, mentally, like the things that they do, like with elves or like other fantasy species, where it's like, already this is the age of maturity, so before they reach that, they're, bumbling fools.
It's just, especially the way I understand that even adults often don't communicate too clearly or like,
Oh yeah.
have tensions. But I feel like in a supposedly tight-knit friend group of several hundred years, there shouldn't be this kind of obvious crazy drama where everyone can tell it's there but no one talks about it. Especially with people like Cassian who put their foot in their own mouth all the time. Wouldn't these things have been talked about at some point? I mean, obviously the thing is that Mor and Asriel were set up to get together, but then in the third book, Sarah J. Maas decided to make Mor queer, which was not set up at all in the second book and not even like implied or hinted at. So it's, we can't really exclusively talk about it in a, why would they write it like the, why would you write it like this?
Because it's not.
Because it wasn't intended this way. And if you know Sarah J. Maas's writing patterns, you could tell that Mor and Asriel were obviously meant to be together. Because Rysand also, I think Rysand was like, oh, Asriel thinks he's not good enough for Mor. Like that he could never be good enough for something like her. It's just like, that's not the vibe I'm getting in the third book at all. The third book is like, oh, these people just never talk to each other.
It's definitely, it to me, it added to the weird feeling of like, this is not a friend group.
Yeah, no, like, the more you read about them, the more you're like, these people are not even friends. They're barely co-workers.
I get it, you don't tell your friends anything, and sometimes you hold grudges and you just bury whatever conflict you had with them because you're like, oh, it's not worth it to, go through this and actually discuss it. But these are like high fae who live for hundreds of years. Like, how much can you bury and not mention before it gets annoying?
Yeah, I also think especially because these are people who were locked in Velaris together after losing Rysand in a way where they were like, oh, we might never see him again. That they wouldn't be like, okay, I could lose any of these people at any time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to clear out the most major misunderstandings, right? It's just like whatever. It doesn't make sense because it wasn't planned. It's fine.
It wasn't meant to be. But yeah,
no.
It's certainly interesting if you look at it.
But yeah, the army part, like we're moving the armies, we're doing like logistics.
Oh yeah.
It was so stupid because it's not like we have any understanding of what the logistics even are.
Yeah.
It feels so weird, especially because Hybern seems to have an unlimited amount of soldiers that they can just burn out and still have a massive army.
They just throw
and
them.
It changes nothing. And the most annoying part about this section, which is very long, it's like 100, 200 pages of, this battle, and then we moved the army here, and then this battle happened.
Yeah, it takes ages.
Is that when they're talking about, we need to move this army, but a lot of people can't winnow, so all our powers was used up on transporting people, and just, what does that mean? What does it mean to exhaust your powers? How fast do they regenerate once you've used them up? How much power do you have?
Regarding the winnowing, I don't know if it's during the Adriata attack or one of these other battles. I do not remember. But it's like, okay, Feyre can't fly yet, right? So Mor is winnowing herself and Feyre along. Like, they're not like, okay, meet you there later, we're gonna winnow in like half an hour, is that okay? No, they winnow along. So what does this look like? Are they just gonna fall? Yeah. Like, are they like buffering, like, along the procession?
A crazy part is also that this book acts like most high fae can't winnow. They're talking about all these soldiers who need to be transported, but I would just like to remind everyone of the wedding were basically all guests winnowed away when Rysand showed up. So,
Yeah.
what's the truth?
More knows what's the truth.
Well, she's lying, though, so...
Yeah, she's a lying bitch.
Because she won't come out of the fucking closet.
Yeah.
No,
not.
but really, like, those parts especially were so exhausting, because it was like, oh, it's so hard to think about transporting all these people, and then they had the whole, like, oh, we're pretending the army's still here, well, we're actually moving it.
Yeah.
With an illusion, and then it was like, oh, all the High Lords are exhausted from the illusion and winnowing so many people, and it's just like, who cares? Why are we doing this?
Which, if you think about it, right? Because they start to build like a proper camp. They start to build like a, what's it called? A moat around the camp. But you usually only do that if you have a very static battlefield. Because you don't just like exhaust the energy of your soldiers and the people you have with you by digging a fucking moat and building like, you know...
and then the whole
walls
thing,
around it.
and then this random big river spawns, and they're like, oh, the king wanted us on this side of the river, so we couldn't follow him so quickly, because we can't cross the river without winnowing.
Like,
and it's
what
just
are
like,
you talking about?
Can none of you people magic a bridge or something?
Honestly,
Can
tell
Mr.
me that the
Winter Princess not freeze the river a la Elsa and let it go? wait, what's the situation? How can it be so hard to cross a river? You have magic. Oh my god.
like, what about the summer court? They have water everywhere. Are you telling me that as soon as they see a bridge, they're like, oh, sorry, man. Like, water, they're like, we have to build a bridge, sorry. They don't have other means of... Can't they, like Moses, part the river and just walk through?
Can't you summon a magical animal or whatever that will transport people? Can't you call your dolphin friends? I don't know. Something.
Reroute the fucking river. Yeah, just do
anything, any fucking thing.
They're so useless.
It felt like she had read something about some real battle and was like, oh, I'm gonna implement this. But she forgot that everyone has magic, so this is just looks like a stupid waste of time.
Yeah.
For no reason.
I also love that sometime during these when they are like in a bigger camp, the Winter Court army arrives, and Feyre's like, wow, like Vivian whipped them into shape. Everybody has a role, everybody has a mission, you know, they use not just the lesser Fae, but also they have like, you know, every single like one of the more sentient animals that they have, they've put them to use. And then she looks at the Illyrian, she's like,
Even though they're supposed to be like these elite warriors whose whole life is fighting, something. And it's like, okay.
Maybe we should revamp our Illyrians. God, are they useless?
Like, wow, our noble savage Illyrians who, you know, can't organize a camp for shit versus their highly, you know, organized white people from the Winter Court.
With polar bears and little snow foxes.
The little foxes who carry messages. I was like, oh, she was workshopping ideas for Crescent City here.
She was like, yeah, I've been thinking about the otters, but there's no way I can
cute animal that transports messages. Oh, wouldn't that be so cute? And it's like, yes, it is cute. I agree. But does it fucking matter? The thing is, most of these battles could have been condensed into a singular one before the climactic battle, if you wanted to have them at all. So much of this was wasted time, which wasn't even used for any interesting characterization or world building or anything.
No, nothing.
It's just...
Well, we now know that polar bears actually do exist in the Winter Court and aren't just a myth that Lucian and Feyre thought to be true.
Oh, true.
Yeah. And that little fox, you know.
I'm trying to think of anything meaningful that happens beside the pointless fighting, and there isn't really anything. I mean, Cassian gets injured and Nesta is angsty about it, and Mor is weirdly rude to Nesta about her caring about Cassian, which I don't get, because
Yeah.
again, if you're like centuries old and you look at this 20-something-year-old who's a bit snippy but like clearly still cares deep down,
Yeah.
why are you mad at her for that? Why do you
I
have
don't
beef with
know.
a 25-year-old if you're 657 years old, whatever? Like,
Yeah.
right? Who cares? And then we have the final climactic battle is so fucking
Well,
long.
before, doesn't Elaine get kidnapped?
True. The kidnapping.
We have again another. Is there? I think there's a sex scene before again, and then Feyre and Reason are like lying naked in their tent, and then Feyre wakes up because she has like this nightmare of visions of her sisters.
Oh yeah,
and
before that,
We
her and
forgot
Nesta were
Grayson.
trying to locate the cauldron, so Nesta
Yeah.
let Feyre into her mind so they could look together, but the cauldron was looking back, and then in their sleep it came and stole Elaine. And my favorite part about this is when Feyre, disguised as Ianthe,
Yeah.
turns up in that camp. First off, Durian clocks her immediately, which is very
It's-
funny.
It's why he's my favorite.
Iconic, he's iconic. But second off, the King of Hybern, sitting on his throne, people around him getting tortured, he's not paying attention. He's sitting there exactly like you would be sitting in front of a computer while you're contemplating the email that you just got from DHL, which tells you that there's a package arriving, but you didn't order it. So you're just like, what happened? Why is this package coming? Did I order anything? Why is this happening? I'm not sure what to do with this.
One of my favorite, again, little, oh my god, Sarah, what are you saying here? Is a quote happens when they walk into that camp, which is, the soldiers that were awake were either engaged in activities of varying awfulness
True.
or were on guard and wishing they could be. The rest were asleep. Like, first of all, yes, the ones that are not awake are asleep. Second of all, activities of varying awfulness. The fuck does this even mean?
No.
And the ones on guard were wishing that they could be.
My favorite part, actually, another one, was that it's described that as more, like, it made the Court of Nightmares, the Hewn City, look, chaste. And I was just like, how much more sex can they possibly be having? How much more public sex can you possibly have than is already going
varying
on
awfulness of it.
at the Hewn City? How much more can there even be? There's limits to how much sex you can have at once. What are they? And also they're like putting people on a spit to roast them over a fire to torture them or whatever. So
I think it's not just the sex that's like horrible or like more worse than at the
or worse.
court,
Yeah.
court of nightmares. But
But still, in total, it's just like, Sarah, you couldn't even think about what Hybern people are doing. You were just like, oh, it's awful. Oh, it's bad. You can't even imagine it's so bad, man.
just the ones that were awake. The rest was asleep.
It's
I
like, wow,
was like,
really? That's
true.
crazy, Sarah. Tell me more.
This wasn't introducing something at the beginning of the paragraph and forgetting about it. It's like the next sentence. The next sentence is they were.
I mean, it's the same as in the second book where she was like, these mountains seemed to be sleeping giants. They were watchful, awake. And I was like, wait, I thought they're sleeping.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god. One thing we forgot before the kidnapping, at some point they also visit Elaine's ex-fiance.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
that
very
doesn't
short,
matter.
It's a very short, insignificant thing, but it drags on for also, I think, 2 to 3 chapters.
Yeah, that's true. It takes forever for them to get... This also has a hilarious quote where they're like, well, these people have trained hounds on the scent of Fae, so they will hunt you. And I'm like, that's so scary. A dog. And they act like
they're
it's
just
a
gonna go,
threat. They act like that's like a legitimate threat.
Yeah.
And it's like, those are fucking dogs. You guys all carry swords. Those are just dogs.
Like,
Be real.
Unless the dogs have like ashwood prong collars or something, they're not dangerous.
Even then,
unless the dogs have little dog armor.
Even then, they are just dogs. It's mentioned that the King of Hybern has like dog-like weird creatures that are like scary. Yeah. But those are just normal dogs, man. How dangerous can they possibly be to you?
Yeah, like to a human, absolutely terrifying. To a fae, whatever.
You can win.
Like, yeah, I just wanted to the poor dogs. Just wanted to mention this so that it's not one of the plot lines we might have forgotten to mention. No. Yeah, Elaine, Feyre wakes up. She's like, "Oh no, is the cauldron back? The cauldron is spying on us. It was looking through camp." And then Nesta is like, "Oh my god, did you feel that too?" It's like, "Yeah." And then they're like, "Wait, where's Elaine?" As always, they forget about her.
Because she doesn't do anything.
And then Feyre's like, "Oh no, my visions of Elaine and her ex-fiancé luring her to the side of the camp were real. She was lured to the side of the camp." And then she goes together with Asriel to like find Elaine. And then what we just talked about happens. Jurian immediately notices, which my beautiful boy, of course he does.
King shit.
And then they save Elaine. They also save one of the children of the blessed that was
being tortured,
captured, tortured. And while they escape, they nearly don't make it, but then Tamlin actually comes to their rescue and helps them escape. So it's like a little redemption moment for Tamlin. And then the big battle starts because, as you pointed out to me over text, the three sisters had angered Hybern. Feyre. Feyre.
Yeah, I wrote it down as a quote.
Yeah. Do you have it?
I'm gonna have to look, but I think, did I write this down for Elaine? I'll have to see where exactly I wrote it down. But it was so fucking funny because it really was just like, I angered him because I killed his priestess. Nesta stole from his cauldron, and Elaine, well, stealing her back was, the last straw.
The last straw.
Elaine didn't even do shit. She's just an object. Feyre's like, where have I misplaced my most beautiful lamp who sometimes tells me things? It's just, oh man. We forgot that the visit to the fiancé has one reason. First off, the fiancé is now an asshole and tells Elaine to get fucked. But also, the reveal is that Jurian's a good guy. He was just pretending to be a crazy weirdo. And they didn't notice because Rysand never read his mind. Because he was scared to see Amarantha in there. Even though he could have just focused on the memories after she was dead. And,
Feyre didn't even try.
Feyre forgore she could do that.
For all of the, oh my god, I'm violating their privacy. Feyre does this a lot, but she forgot that it's an option.
Yeah, you could do that with Jurian. Everyone was just like, nah, he's definitely evil. His crazy act is too convincing. Even the people who knew him before, who were like, he used to be a normal guy, but I guess that's what, 500 years as a finger bone does to you.
Horace would know.
Horace and his beautiful emotional support bone.
True king.
No, it's a physical support bone. Sorry.
I think most men have that.
It's the boner.
Anyways,
but then
big
we get
battle starts.
Into the beautiful final battle, which first off begins with everyone standing there and the armies just blasting magic at each other. And being like, oh, this is the boring part.
Amren saying, I always forget this is the boring part. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is also just like, why would anyone use most of their blasting magic while the other side expects them to use it and has their shield up? Wouldn't you save that for later in the battle where you can whip it out for tactical advantage? It makes zero sense.
I feel like it would either be like a sort of siege situation where, you know, each of the camps is trying to catch the other one out of when, like, how long can your barrier stand up? Or it would be like a interesting trying to infiltrate each other while launching a big attack on one side, but it's literally just them, barriers up, launching shit. Like, there's no warfare behind this, this part of the battle.
Oh yeah, before the final battle, Farah also retrieves the Ouroboros mirror of radical self-acceptance, sees herself as a monster, but gets okay with that, and visits the bone carver and is like, hey, we're getting you out, baby girl. And that's...
Also makes... that happens earlier. Also makes a contract with Bryaxis to get the library monster, to get Bryaxis to join the fight. The thing is, us forgetting these little parts is because at one point you start to lose track over all these different avenues that they start, like, just dipping their toe in, and then they don't get followed through.
It's also because most of them don't matter and are so short that you're like, the end result is that these people are there at the final battle, but the interactions aren't really meaningful or interesting.
Yeah.
So
they get killed.
Yeah.
Dot.
Yeah. We have like Bone Carver appears. Farah's like, oh, I got you a late mating present, and it's a Bone Carver, and Rice is like, ha, I also got you one, and it's the Weaver, but he made Helion, you know, make a bargain with her, so it's not really his present.
Yeah, that's why Helion was close to the Weaver anyways.
I think that was, like, fine as, like, foreshadowing, being like, oh, that's why he was there. Okay, yeah, that explains it, that's fine. Yeah, and then Bryaxis appears, and we have the Weaver and the Carver slaughtering their way through the army, but it's, quite frankly, not very impressive, and doesn't seem to actually do anything meaningful for the war effort. Yeah. Bryaxis is also there eating people. Okay. And then everyone is in the fight. Nesta suddenly is like, Cassian, come here! And he's like, oh, what the fuck is happening? And then the cauldron
flies over,
blasts away like a good chunk of the army at random, and it's like, wow, she saved his life. And he's staring at her like, oh, I wish we had more time together. And it's like, wow, I do not care. I wish you had less time together, actually. Let's move on.
We also get supported by Baron's army and the humans, including Grayson's men. And one of the funny things is, because you said, you know, then Bryaxis and the Bone Cover and such, like, they fight through. And Farah, I think it's supposed to be like an oh wow, they're so nice and so cool and like props to them situation, but it feels so sarcastic and salty. She's like, oh, Grayson's men and the others, to their credit, they did not falter. Again with the ... She's like, I'm like, honestly, Farah, just be happy that they're here. Like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, and then it's like, wow, Rysand's turning a whole part of the Hybern army into red mist. That's crazy, but it doesn't do much either. And then, oh, it looks serious, but then ships appear and more army, and it's... And the Firebird, and... Hey, it's those... It's fucking Miriam and Drakon, who we haven't mentioned because they're not important, but they get mentioned so much as, they fought in the other war, and now we can't find them, but they have winged soldiers, and those show up and help, and Farah's dad is there with 3 ships named after his daughters, and it's played as super meaningful that he's like standing and commandeering the Nesta out of all of them, and I'm like, maybe that just is the faster shit. Like, maybe that's just random. Like, why would this mean
She's the oldest daughter, whatever. One of the funniest things too is, everything is funny to me in this video. One of the is at some point during the book, Aleutian leaves because they're like, oh, we need somebody to get like support from
to
the
find
continent.
Vasa,
and like Drakon and stuff, and nobody is expendable. And Lucian's like,
I'm expendable. I don't work here. I'm gonna go on my Europe trip. And,
so Dracon and Vasa, like, and Miriam arrive, and and Feyre gets like tears in her eyes. She's like, Lucian? Oh my god. And Dracon's like, oh no, we found out another way, but we picked up the Lucian guy on our way back, so he's
didn't
also
even do
here.
anything.
It's like, what does Lucian do?
Exploring the world. He was having fun.
I know that he went to Vasa and stuff, but like it was really funny to me that they're like, oh no, Lucian didn't do shit.
Yeah. And then we have Amren and Feyre going to the cauldron.
Yes.
And we have the Weaver slaughtering their way there. And then the Weaver gets unceremoniously killed by the King of Hybern, who just breaks her neck and then lets his dogs eat her, which I feel like should not be enough to kill a death god at full power, but okay.
Whatever is in those
man.
spells.
Her brother also got killed unceremoniously, so who really give a shit? And then...
Because the idea is originally they said they needed all of the 4 people who were made to be at the cauldron, but then Amren is like, listen, I think we can get this done with just you, right? And so they use Nesta as a distraction to keep the King of Hybern away, and that's why they can go.
Yeah, that's why the king goes, they go to the cauldron, and Amren's like, ha, tricked you, we actually didn't find a way to nullify the cauldron, I'm just gonna turn into an avenging angel and destroy the army, so
of death!
To save everyone. Deus Ex
Machina.
No, it's not a machine. It's a bathtub. That's what I was looking for. Deus Ex bathtub.
It's a Deus Ex bathtub. Yeah. Yeah. That's why one of these weird POVs comes from, because Feyre puts her hand on the cauldron.
She's fingering the cauldron.
She can't move away. She's like stuck to it, and then we have the betrayal moment, and from then on, Feyre sees like stuff through the cauldron.
Yeah, at random.
And
point.
we just.
The cauldron's like looking for something, and we see like Helion and Rhysand turning into like monsters that are barely described, so no furry artist can draw them accurately. And, they are fighting, then it pans over and it's like probably like Asriel fighting, Cassian fighting, whatever.
Cassian.
And then it finds Nesta and Elaine, who are getting menaced by the king, and then...
Well, it's actually just Nesta first, Nesta and Cassian, and the king kind of like...
Oh yeah, he turns up and is
Cassian.
like, haha, slaps Cassian away, and it's like...
And then he's like, don't even try to kill me, I got your dad, and then...
He kills their dad anyway.
He kills dad anyways, and then before the battle, while they were still in Velaris, Elaine got the truth
teller.
Teller?
Got Asriel's
dagger.
Knife in a weirdly romantically charged situation.
There was another painting description. Wait, let me...
Oh god.
It was... Okay. It was the lovely fawn, blooming spring vibrant behind her, standing before death, shadows and terrors lurking over his shoulder. Light and dark, the space between their bodies a blend of the two. The only bridge of connection, that knife. And then Rhysand is like, you could paint that later, huh?
I love that it's like, oh, a blend of the two. And I'm like, you mean gray? Like, you mean just any color that's neither white nor black? Like, what's...
Also, why is everything light and dark themed?
Because Feyre has a one-track mind. She's obsessed with, like, shadows and light, and...
I think it's... I blame Sarah J. Maas for this. This is not Feyre's fault.
It's not Feyre's fault. That's true.
But yeah, she has the dagger.
Elaine sticks the dagger into the king's throat. Nesta finishes beheading him. They set him on fire or something.
Yeah, they make sure he doesn't come back, which I honestly is smart. And
legit move, but it's also just like, it's pretty unceremonious how he gets killed. It seems too easy to just like put a knife in his neck and like, behead him. But whatever, I guess girl power, cool. Again, I was not surprised that Elaine killed him, because I was like, Elaine would kill someone, but mostly because I was like, Elaine can do things?
Yeah. There's a certain... Yeah. And then
after that,
realizes...
Amren is like... released.
When Feyre realizes killing the king doesn't do anything, like the rest of the army is still fighting.
Yeah.
So then Amren.
So Amren goes in the soup, comes out as like an angel, destroys the army, burns out over the ocean, and is seemingly dead. And then it's like, wow, the day is saved. And Feyre notices, oh, oopsie, the cauldron broke because Amren was too fat. And
listen here. Listen to what I'm wanting to say. When I was reading this, I was just attentive. I was like, I don't remember the direct ending. I remember, you know, the High Lord saving and the cauldron being repaired, whatever. Inside of the cauldron, there is a void that is growing. And Feyre looks into this void, and the void is like a place where millennia ago, they all must have come from. And like at some point in the very distant future, a place where they're probably all gonna return. And while I was reading this, I was getting Crescent City 3 flashbacks. Is there because the void is growing and it's annihilating everything in its path. Is
this a black hole?
Is this a black hole? Is this just Crescent City 3? Like, other way around, was Crescent City 3 just ACOWAR and none of us connected the dots? Like, is this just the same thing again?
God,
like, am I being insane about this? Or is this like...
I mean, mostly I think it was just like, oh, the whole of the universe is contained in it. And like, it's also... because it already, like, the world, it's like a Pandora's box, right? Creation already came out of it. So now only destruction is in there, and because it's broken, it's like seeping into the world and destroying everything. It's unmaking or whatever. So I feel like here it's like a tasteful black hole reference, I would say. While Crescent City 3 is overly enthusiastic about the presence of black holes.
The question is, if we had a physicist, a scientist there, would they point at the void and be like, that's a black hole? Do we just not know that it's a black hole because obviously Farah doesn't know what a black hole is?
I feel like this one isn't sucking things in, so it feels less black hole and more like the void is just dripping out of the cauldron and, you know, destroys things it touches. Like a very strong acid, it's just oozing out of there, you know? It's...
But I thought it was like, I imagined it like a sphere. I don't know whether they describe it like that or because I immediately went to Crescent City 3.
No, I imagine...
I was like...
Isn't it described as the cauldron breaks and like through the cracks there seeps this fluid that goes onto the grass and unmakes whatever it touches? So I thought it was just ooze. I thought it... Yes, I didn't see a sphere, sorry. Maybe I didn't read attentively enough.
Or maybe, you know,
me it's ooze.
My brain immediately was like, oh my god, Crescent City 3.
You're too Crescent City pilled for this.
No, I was like, what the fuck is this?
Me going, hey, is Regulus gonna jump out of the cauldron next? Like, he's
like, wee!
He's coming out of there and is like, wait, where in the timeline are we? And he's like, wait, what? She hasn't been here yet? I can change the future.
He's like, I'm back in the fucking building again.
And then he just gets stabbed again, and they're like, I don't know who this freak is, but better go back in the cauldron, man.
Just climb back. But yeah, then Recent is there, and Farah's like, I can do it alone. And Recent's like, use my power.
I'll support you. And it's like, there's a lot of descriptions of how their bond is throbbing in time with her heartbeat. Lots of throbbing, which is not my favorite word, I will admit, in this context.
Would you rather like quaking?
I think beating would just be fine. I also think I'd like if there was no oscillation there going on. I think we could just not do that. But yeah, and then she's like, wow, we did it. We saved the world. Turns around, Ryson's dad, and she's like, ah. I like to imagine him lying there in the Family Guy death pose, you know?
That would be insanely funny. Like,
and she's like, no.
Or like, you know, when like physics.
Dad.
physics in video games, you know, when they're like just turning to
Ragdolling,
these
yeah,
dolls.
you can just...
Or he T-poses.
Farrah touches him and he clips through the environment weirdly.
He just gets yeeted across the continent. He dies, and then the High Lords come, and then you have this very... I know a lot of people are like, this is like one of the most emotional scenes in the whole book, but even when I read this for the first time, I was just exhausted at that point. So I was like, okay, Rhysand's dead, I guess.
I was like, okay, well, he died, but he's not gonna stay dead, so it doesn't matter. He's the love interest, obviously he will survive
I didn't even care. I was like, okay, whatever, yeah.
Mostly I was like, haha, this is page 666. Which is funny. But yeah, the High Lords come. This is way too drawn out in my opinion. They're all like, I guess we'll bring him back. Where, quite frankly, I don't see why they would. Like, especially sorry Baron, to be a hater, but they agreed to bring Farrah back because she saved all of them from Amarantha, basically. Yeah. And it's also implied that Rhysand did a little bit of, you know, mind manipulation to, like, get them to actually do it. But they were all grateful because she had done them a service. And she was just a human. They could save her, whatever. But now they know, like, she's become super powerful. And it's like, well, she's High Lady of the Night Court. The Night Court powers went to her if this guy dies. Yeah. We don't need him. None of us like him much. Like, most of these people don't like him. Why would they do that? Why would they save him? Like, sorry, but like, the High Lord meeting honestly, did not impress upon me that these people were like, yeah, we love, like, we might hate each other, but it's important that all of us are around. Nah, they were like, if he dies, he dies.
The one person where I was like, I can understand why he would save him, actually, weirdly, is Tamlin. Because he says, be happy, Farrah. And he's like, okay, this is like the last...
Yeah, it's like,
you know,
I think that's also the thing where it's like, okay, this was clearly like planned that, yeah, they start out on a bad foot with each other, but he gets like, he's still angry, but he gets redeemed by being like, actually, yeah, I'm letting you go, and I want, you know, I understand Rhysand's not actually the worst guy, and, you know, I want you to have a future with someone you love. But, and I also get that, like, I mean, Helion seems to be his friend. I guess Thiessen is, like, just a nice guy. Callias is like, well, I guess Mor will make my wife unhappy if she's unhappy because her cousin's dead. But for the other one, it's so stupid, especially because Rhysand's then like, oh, I didn't get any of your powers, don't worry, which opens the question of, then how does this fucking shit work? What
we just believe him that he didn't get any powers.
And the worst part is then he reaches into the cauldron and Amarant's in there and she's still alive.
Which is also so weird. And then she immediately... And then you have this very heavy, emotional moment. And then next thing, Amarant just fucking jumps Varian and he carries her away.
No, that happens while they're in, like, the tent meeting with, like, the other commanders and stuff.
Right, but still.
Yeah,
like if
it's still stupid.
It happens right afterwards. It's like...
The thing that makes me crazy is that even if you didn't want, like, to do the whole, oh, the cauldron is in 3 pieces, the 3 sisters are fixing it, even if you wanted Rhysand to die, shouldn't Farrah then have used the cauldron to bring him back? Like, sorry, but she's there, she's made, she has a special connection with the cauldron.
Yeah.
Or shouldn't she, with the help of Elaine and Nesta, especially, like, I get it, there was a Nesta book planned where it was important that she took something from the cauldron, but it could have also been a nice moment where they're like, hey, we didn't actually want this shit, so we're giving it back to the cauldron, so he gives back Rhysand, and we do this as a sacrifice for a sister whom we love. So, you know, that would make sense, but no! We can't do things that make sense.
Honestly, like,
so, that's that. And then there's this stupid meeting with all the people who are like, oh, let's figure out, you know, a good way for Fae and humans to live together. But most of the Fae are people from Prythian, and most of the humans are random people who don't really have that much influence. So what a great meeting, man. Amarant goes off with her boy toy to fuck loudly, I presume, somewhere close by in a tent. We have, like... Draken and Miriam get introduced to Feyre properly. There's so much fluff that doesn't matter because none of these characters matter.
That Vasa comes in and is like, "Oh, Miss Cursebreaker, can you break my curse?" And Feyre's like, "Nah, I did it once and it was a riddle."
But then I'm just like, well, but now you have the curse breaking powers. You should also just go be like, hey, you should go to Thiessen, who has like the anti-curse powers. He's pretty good at this. Like, he could probably help you. Or build you a machine to like kill the guy who put a curse on you or whatever. Like, come on, it's something. But it's just...
honestly, Thiessen should have just invented a handgun.
Thiessen holding up like a perfect replica of like a modern gun, being like,
"I'm
our
tired
head
of this
tinkerer
bullshit.
made this. We're gonna use this." No, it's not even a normal handgun. It's like a sniper rifle. He's like, "I have the right guy for the job. If we have eyes on Hybern, we can kill him." And it's like oh, we used like reverse engineered Feybane to make this bullet. It should kill him regardless of any spells he has. Like,
yeah, and we also gets out like a grenade launcher. We have this for the cauldron. I don't know.
Actually,
it was just a
even
side
better
project.
than our last resort of all else fails. Takes out like a whole, atom bomb, puts it on the table, and is like, "We deployed this bad boy."
Well, we've got this guy called Foppenheimer. He made this, together with his buddy Schnalbert he's. We got them all over here.
It's fine. If it works. Anyway, they have this dumb meeting that doesn't fucking matter. And it's also only vaguely described. And then they're back in Valaris. And we have the scene where they're all in the house and Reese is standing in front of, the window with his wine. And being
Adam
like,
Sandler
"Oh,
scene.
I hear the girls laughing and giggling from the other room. Isn't life beautiful? His bros come in, pat him on the shoulder and go, "Hey, we should go and hang out with the others. Why are you alone in here?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, we should. It's all so good." And then we have a short Feyre POV, and it's like, okay, fine. Which also is just like, oh, everything's fine now. The world is great. We won. We made it. And nobody died. Cool. The book ends and you were also close to ending yourself, but only close because now that it's over, you don't need to anymore.
Oh god, it's afterwards so exhausted, so done with everything.
I don't think that if I hadn't read like the second half in one day, I don't know if I would have finished it. Because it was so boring. I was like, if I don't finish this, I don't know if I can make myself pick this up again.
I think truly if the Deutsche Bahn hadn't screwed with me that one day and made my journey 3 hours longer and made me like sit in this train for 6+ hours, I would not have managed to finish this in an appropriate time where I would have like gotten some peace of mind before we like record this video.
Yeah.
There's some point at which you start to be like, you're not just blazing through it because it's so great, you're blazing through it so it stops.
The book's just really, really bad, man. It is. I think there are some in ACOMAF. You're like, okay, this book is confused and not very good, but there are scenes that work, and you're like, I like this.
Yeah,
this has like snippets inside of scenes that work and nothing else. It is nothing.
It has a lot of moments where you're like, I could see how this would work, but it needs a lot of input still, Yeah,
it's like these are the bones of a good story in theory, which is what first drafts typically are, because usually they get some major overhaul between the first and second draft, and sometimes even between the second and third draft. But this didn't get that, and it shows so much.
It's truly a testament to the insides of Sarah J. Maas's brain, because this is how the rest of the Crescent City 1 was still mostly whole like logical, held together,
made sense,
somebody edited it, and then the second and the third even worse were like dumpster fires, and it feels like that was only the case because it was a new IP. right? So they had to like kind of edit it and make sure that the first one is, you know, proper, or like aligns a little bit more well than the rest. But with ACOWAR,
the thing is, I don't remember that much about hold on, what was it? The last Throne of Glass, Kingdom of Ash. Kingdom of Ash. I don't really remember that much about it, but I think it was better than ACOWAR. I think it wasn't concise, it was longer, but I feel like because there were no future books planned in the series, like Sarah J. Maas was saying goodbye to it, actually all the strands of narrative got wrapped up. Whereas in this one, it opens a bunch of new strands for future books, which is not what your final book in the series should do. You could have some like strands open for like maybe future project, but there's so much going on in here, especially, and I know I said this to you before, with the weird focus on Nesta specifically. This feels in parts as if Sarah J. Maas got bored of Farah as the protagonist and focused more on fun things going on with other characters, which one of the main one was Nesta, who got a lot of attention, and there was so much talk of, ooh, what did she take from the cauldron? Oh, there was so much power inside of her. Oh, she's so important. And it's...
The Nesta setup, I think it's not as shameless as the setup of the new trilogy in the last City of Bones book.
Oh, that one.
Because that was just offensive. Shameless.
That one is like horrid.
Next to the keeping things open, I think one thing that also contributes to Kingdom of Ash reading tighter and more satisfying is because everything that happens in Kingdom of Ash has been built up.
That's true.
In the previous books.
Yeah.
This whole Miriam and Draken thing, and like the Vasa Firebird and the Moor being gay and all of that, or like queer, that just gets thrown at you. It has no emotional value. Us seeing the father coming back does nothing to us as the reader, because he's there in the first book, he gets mentioned in the second book, and then he is suddenly the savior in the third book.
Yeah.
There's no emotional payoff to any of these.
It's
in Kingdom of Ash, you're like, oh my god, they're all, you know,
it's also
Avengers assemble.
Yeah, this is just such a lazy way to also redeem like a terrible parent. Like a lot of books do this, where I'm just like,
god,
you know, sometimes it's okay if parents are terrible and the book is not, and your story does not redeem them. It's okay sometimes when children come out of their childhood as adults and go, you know what, my parent kind of sucks and I don't really want them in my life anymore. Like, these big sacrificial moments are so nothing, because, like, it's not like this changes how terrible their childhood was. Like, now they have to feel bad about talking shit about him because he did, you know, something really, really important later on, but it's not personally meaningful. Like, it's not... Naming the ships after his daughters is not
it
emotionally satisfying. Like, it's just like, okay, he had to name them something. Like, who cares? Sorry, but like, who cares?
It would make more sense if, for some reason, you'd think he didn't love his daughters. And then throughout some sort of, like, more interaction with him, throughout, you realize that there was, like, because he is paralyzed by the death of his wife, right? Whom he loved so much.
And also by his disability.
And by his literally paralyzed. So, like, it would make sense for him to also, like, be angry at his daughters for whatever, not seeing them, all that kind of stuff.
Like, he's not even mad at Nesta, who's a real asshole to him all the time. He's like, no, we should forgive her. She doesn't mean it like that. He's kind of like, he feels kind of like the antithesis to like Farah, where it's like, oh, she had a horrible time, but she, you know, went out and did something about it, and he wallowed in like his misery.
Self-pity.
And those are the ways like people can react to trauma. And, you know, And he, the same way I feel like that, honestly, after the first book, really, Nesta in the Lane shouldn't have been in the following books much at all. But if they have to be here, okay, I can see ways to make it work, especially with like the 3 as an important number and all of that. Okay. And all of them being made into Fae in different ways. But the father, he really does nothing.
It's... Yeah. I was truly baffled the first time I read the book. And I was like, what?
I was like, why is he here? And then
there's so much happening, you know, like, oh, he's called the King of Merchants. When? When did this happen? Or the Prince of Merchants?
Yeah, Prince of Merchants.
It's like the guy's in his 50s. What do you mean he's a Prince of Merchants?
I mean, I think maybe this was even mentioned in the first book or whatever, that he was called this before his downfall, but honestly, who cares? Yeah. The most offensive thing to me was that how distraught Nesta was at his death, as if she, like, they all expected him to already be cared. Dead. Yeah. She was like, oh no, this means so much to me. And I was like, why would it? Like, sorry, Nesta, but like, legit, why would it?
Like, there's no reason for you to love this guy that much.
Man, this book... When we started this reread project, I went into it with still some fondness for all of the characters from my first read through it. I was like, you know what? Like, yeah, obviously there are problems, but there are, like, kernels in there, like an emotional through line that I liked, that was fun. I have some attachment to these characters. They are fun. But I am cured. None of this exists anymore. I could not give 3 singular shits about this. I legitimately, like, coming out of this, I'm like, I don't know how much mental work I did to make these characters seem more likable or interesting or layered in my mind when I read this the first time, but that was all me. Not the books do
give yourself
a terrible
some credit,
job. Nah, man. I think it also went in with like the halo effect of, you know, I followed Charlie Bowater for years before this, and she made fan art, and I was like, damn, that fan art is so fucking banger. I should read that. That sounds great. Like the little tidbits she wrote, like, about the... Then I went in with with like a very positive, you know, expectation.
You were already...
So I was like, oh yeah, I'm paying attention to the parts I liked, and I'm having a good time. And this time I went in with the expectation that it was not all that good, and I was still let down.
I remember I read them because you recommended them to me. Like, that's why I don't have the first book, because it was yours. No, I mean, I enjoyed the first book, and I enjoyed the second book, and the third book was the point where I was like, you know what, I don't think I like most of these characters. So for me, it wasn't like a realization that these characters, I don't like them as much as I thought I was, because I already started not liking them in the third book. Like, for me, the ending was like, okay.
No, when I read the third book, I was just like, oh, this is bad, this didn't get edited. Like, for a long time I was like, oh, I could fix this, I could, you know, write a fix it, I could put together a better version of this. And you know me, I love that. I have a lot of ideas, and I'm always like, oh, we could spin this a different way. We could, you know, make this work if we put it together like this and this and this. Yeah. But that enthusiasm is, like, pretty dead now. I'm like, you know, I don't even want to fix this. It's not worth it. We don't need this.
It's not worth the energy. No, but truly.
Like, no, I was like, oh, maybe I would write, like, sometime you know, write-up of a version of this that I thought would be good, but... Now I'm looking at it like, I could also write my own personal project, which, you know, which I care about from the get-go. I don't need to make this good. I already like it.
Because you have to change so much. Yeah. Because for a lot of things, it's like, quote-unquote, small changes, but those amass to a point where it's not even... Like, where if you were to write this and publish this, people would be like, oh, you're copying ACOTAR. And it's like, yeah, the bones are there.
The premise is the same, but the execution is totally different.
But no, I think I wrote this to you. It's like, the first book, my expectations were worse. Yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised. Second book, I went in, I was like, I remember enjoying this, and I was disappointed because I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. This third book, my expectations were met because, like the last time, I didn't like it, and it stayed me not liking it. You know, it's like
No.
nothing changed there.
I also expected it to be bad, but it was still somehow worse than I expected. I was so bored. I didn't think I would be this bored. I thought, surely more interesting things are happening, but then there was so much time. And it's not even that there were scenes that did nothing at all. It's just that the scenes were too long for what happened in them. Like also some of the scenes repeat over and over for a bit, which is annoying. But a lot of scenes are just like, you could have combined this into one and still retained all the important information, but we wouldn't have had, it would be 10 pages instead of 25, and that, would do a lot for a book like this. And then we would have time
it does
other
drag.
things.
I think this, like, I know that lots of fantasy, and especially high fantasy, it's not uncommon for books to have 600 and up pages. I feel like these ACOTAR books have no business being that long.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound mean or pretentious or elitist in any sort of way. I think romantasy has no point being this long if you do not do proper world building. Right?
Even then,
because there's too many question marks. I think if you do a lot of world building, it turns into fantasy with romance. So it's like then it starts leaving the genre again.
Yeah, I think a lot of I think you could still have a long story, but I think you would have to make it in smaller installments. Like I think 600 pages. Like you could have, a sprawling fantasy story, but that has a romance focus, and it is romantasy. But, it's instead of 3 books, 2 of which have 600 plus pages, you would have 5 books, all of which have around 300 pages. And that would do better, especially for like, you still need a climax for each one. So there's more excitement, and it's like, the pacing fills out better. And the thing is, I think it's not entirely wrong for especially like a series conclusion to be 700 pages.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think even for this, if we had just more different scenes that actually do something relevant, the 700 pages could have been a way better experience. Like, if Sarah J. Maas is committed to writing long romantasy, the least she could do is have things happen.
In the romantasy, absolutely.
Right? Like, again, I feel like it's difficult to compare because in some ways ACOTAR is the patient zero of the current romantasy trend. So, whatever, like, it didn't really have that much to compare itself to in the... That gets shelved in the fantasy section. I'm sure there is romance that has fantasy elements in the romance section, and a lot of it that she just didn't, you just don't see compared to it. So she was like, but I am writing a fantasy. It is about romance, but it is a fantasy book, so it's epic and can be long. And she didn't consider that maybe she should compare it more to romance novels and not, a Brandon Sanderson book.
Yeah, because, like, I don't want to discredit romance in that way. It's just, I feel like you can't build a whole more than 500, 400 pages book on just a relationship.
There's only so much character focused introspective work you can do in a novel before it gets boring as fuck, which is why a lot of romance heavy things are shorter. I mean, Captive Prince, arguably a romance in a fantasy setting, even though it doesn't have magic, but it's, other world setting. These are like 300 pages. They're not that long because the character interactions
Especially
are the important things, and there's some other stuff, but the character bits are the relevant part. And there's really only so much of that you want in one book that still has an interesting flow and, maintains the interest of the reader.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this should have been shorter. ACOMAV also should have been shorter. This especially. I feel like this could have been shorter than ACOMAV, just by how much you could cut from what is in here. I feel like ACOMAV had more stuff where I'm like, okay, you can't really cut this out. You need to change it instead. But like this, dude, there's so much. Especially random shit that gets introduced late where you're like, we don't need this. Yes. We can just drop it.
It's like you could reach that length if you properly worked the book over and added appropriate things, maybe just lose like 50 to 100 pages. But if you were to cut everything right now that is either repetitive and could just be shortened a little bit, with at least 200 pages less.
Yeah,
I think.
It's, this book, man.
Which is insane if you think about it. That's a third.
Yeah, no, that's a third of the book that could easily be gone. And then it would be so much more manageable and probably more enjoyable because you're not as bored. I just, man, this... I'm so glad I don't have this hanging over me anymore.
No, it feels like a weight has been lifted.
Yeah.
And it's finally over, it's finally out. I never have... Because for me, aside from these videos, I had always in the back of my mind that I wanted to reread this series with, like, my new, acquired skill of judging literature. Like, just, this is not the first book you're rereading again after Six of Crows and getting into reading, but like, okay, let's look at the actual, what is going on. So I finally got that out of the way. It's not just about this channel. It's not just about wanting to share the experience with you. It's just generally, it's finally gone. I will never have to read these books
again. The hilarious part is, I still remember when we agreed to do this. It was last summer when we were on vacation together, and I was like, I kind of... At the time, I was like, I still want to do my, like, extremely AU rewrite of this. But to do it well enough for my own standards, I'd have to reread these. And you were like, no, I also wanted to reread these. We could totally do this together. And that's why we did it, man.
And we finally did it. We're
free.
Oh God.
I do feel better talking about it now because now I feel more informed. Because before I was like, oh, I have vague memories of this. And now I at least have fresher vague memories of what happens in this book. Because I already forgot so much again because so much happened and so little of it matters. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Oh, that is funny.
Yeah. And honestly, I have a bunch more notes, but honestly, like, I don't know if we need to talk about these. I feel like...
No, my notes, I went through them, is mainly stuff we've already talked about.
Yeah, I think a lot of these we've kind of talked about, but honestly, even the ones that are left over, like, some like, thoughts on the world building and the way Hybern's written and stuff, I'm just like, does it matter? No, it doesn't. This shit sucks.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really.
Yeah. Oh, there's one funny bit that I do want to mention. In the Dawnport, as we mentioned, they have, like, cool inventions. And we get introduced to the master tinkerer who made Lucian's eye. In the next sentence, it's said that she's also a master alchemist. How much work is she doing? I feel like these are entirely unrelated fields. Crazy. I love this. Incredible character. She's like getting PhDs in every science she can find. She's doing everything, man. Good for her. This is also, when she's introduced, is when we learn that Amryn is supposed to be Asian coded, because Feyre's like, oh, Amryn must have modeled her facial features after, these people. And it's like, that's not how you introduced your last book, Sarah, but okay. Diversity win, I suppose. But yeah.
I have one last note I wanted to mention was I wrote Rice, I wrote the OG Reesification happened in this book, which like happens to like the male characters in Sarah J. Maas's books. Reese is sometimes someone I think of as like, oh, this is an interesting character. Next I'm like, who is this stale bread? Like stale bread with a nice thin spread on it. But the staleness of the bread ruins the spread, you know? He gets mugged by the king of Hybern, who says, I'd heard that you were a charmer recent, yet here you are, groping and pawing at me like a green youth. Whereas Feyre is like, he is the better man, male, his restraint, his choice of words, all of it careful portrayal of reason and power.
Incredible. I do.
And I wanted to mention that, because this the Hybern going, yet here you are, groping and pawing at me like
honestly, that
youth.
was a good scene. That scene had more character for this man than some other characters get ever.
That's why I love him.
I do.
He's my
like
man.
I have in my like big note section, I always have a section for themes of a book, because it's good to use your brain to try to figure out if a work has themes. And for this, my 2 points are: number 1, the power of heterosexual love? ? I don't know. Man. So, and the second one is beauty matters. Because everyone is described as beautiful except all the Hybern characters. For them it's said, they're not quite attractive. They're kind of mid. There's something weird about them. Everyone else is super hot though.
Listen, the way I giggled and laughed throughout the final battle, not because it was so funny, but because it was so hilarious. Yeah. And the point that made me fucking die on my couch when I read this was, everybody's tall, everybody's handsome, except for Hybern, right? And then out of the middle, a thin, small man stepped. And it's a mage from Hybern, and I'm like, of course he's small and thin.
Nothing's bulging under his wizard robes. I remember in the first book, I congratulated Sarah on being like, Amarantha is not ugly, but she's also not like super beautiful, because that's the only flavors evil women typically come in.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, that's not that bad. But now that everyone in Hybern is like kind of attractive, but not quite, just kind of mid, I'm like, I think this is just how everyone there looks. And now I'm questioning, Sarah, do you have beef with Irish people? Because this is all I can think about.
Yeah. It's very funny, honestly.
I also love that it's explicitly mentioned that these people have an accent, and I believe they're all speaking with a strong Irish accent because it makes me happier. And I hope the audiobook does this, and if it doesn't, it should.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be funny if the audiobook did this, but I mean, not even recent has.
No.
An accent in the audiobook, so like
sad, but that's okay. It's just, man, this series, it's so weird to look back, because the first book is just like, it's not great, but it's like a solid book. I don't feel bad recommending it to people who like that kind of book. But with the other two, I'm like, dude, nah, don't do it. Like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Read a summary somewhere.
Watch our short 5-hour video on this,
where we barely explain the plot and mostly just, jump from one topic to the next. Yeah, that surely will not be confusing to anyone.
Honestly, well, I feel like we tried to keep some structure.
We try. That's true. We try.
After every 20-minute tangent, we kind of got that.
We return to like, what were we on? Oh, yes.
All right. So, with us not having anything else to say anymore, I would rate this not fun out of 5.
Yeah. It's, it's a 1 out of 5 on Goodreads, because you can't go any lower.
You can't go any. Yeah.
That's my rating is not finished. This is not a finished book. This is the first draft. It's unfinished
put it
out
back
of
on
5.
The drafting table. Well, thank you so much for listening. We appreciate your thoughts.
And
Again,
prayers,
if you...
Sorry.
Yeah, honestly, we need them now. And yeah, I feel like you can hear our exhaustion.
It's...
Anyways, thank you so much for staying with us, for listening, and we see you in the next one.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.